Okay, I think we should kick off and we'll make good time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Morris. I'm head of teaching and learning at the Architectural Association. I'd like to welcome everyone to Open Jury, the culmination of Open Week. This is really a time when the school takes stock of work initiated for the academic year, and in this forum in particular, work recently accomplished. We are online together this time, and there will inevitably be a glitch or two, so I'd ask you to sort of understand that. I'll be introducing our invited juries for the day shortly, but I want to extend a very warm welcome to everyone in the audience and encourage your input throughout the afternoon. This is an open and public jury, a dialogue. This term's open jury features several of our new unit tutors, and it's a pleasure to have them front and center today. Joining them are friends from within and without the AA. We'll be looking across the entire provision of the school this afternoon: experimental diploma, postgraduate program, design and make, and a presentation from a completing PhD student. So you'll get the full spectrum in the discussions today. We will be looking at 8 projects, and I promise a break midway through. But briefly, let me introduce today's jurors. For session 1, Shuman Basar will be joining us, writer, editor, and curator. Shuman's latest book, The Age of Earthquakes, A Guide to the Extreme Present, was co-authored with Douglas Copeland and Hans Ulrich Obrist. In 1990, he co-founded an independent magazine entitled Sexy Machinery. He has taught at the AA since 2000. Mark Breeze is with us, a new unit master of Experimental Unit 17, an architect and a filmmaker. He has previously taught at the University of Cambridge. His professional film experience includes working with Discovery and DreamWorks. So welcome, Mark. Joining us, I think, in any minute now, will be his partner in the unit, Katie Casabalis, design director of CASAWU, an interdisciplinary practice in London, and a visiting senior fellow at LSE Cities. Katie studied at Cornell University, where I first met her, and at Harvard. I think he's running slightly late. No, there he is. It's a pleasure to welcome Seth Scaife-Smith, who along with Akil, they'll be doing a bit of a tag team today, are unit masters of Experimental Unit 4 and part of Resolve, an interdisciplinary design collective that combines architecture, engineering, technology, and art to address social challenges. They aim to realize just and equitable visions of change in our built environment by designing with and for young people and underrepresented groups in society. Welcome, Seth. Victoria Thornton joins us. Victoria is the president of AA Council and founder and former director of Open House and Open City. Victoria has led the Accelerate into University program, My City 2, and the Architectures in Schools program. Victoria is co-author of London's Guide to Contemporary Architecture and was awarded an honorary fellowship of the RIBA and an OBE for services to architecture and education. And it's a pleasure to introduce Melissa Wolford today, founder and director of the Museum of Architecture, a charity started in 2006, dedicated to finding new ways for the public to engage with architecture and to encouraging entrepreneurship within architecture. So welcome, jurors. There will be other jurors joining us in the afternoon, and I'll introduce them after the break. So I think it's great that we can dive right in. As I've said, this really is a dialogue, so I would encourage after the presentations for members of the audience to be a part. I'm going to turn the floor over to Ryan Darius from Experimental 14, presenting his expanding Norwegian Typehouses. Off to you, Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just jump straight right in because this project is about expanding the Norwegian Typehouse. And I would like to start with a quote from John Ruskin, that it is impossible to preserve anything that has been great or beautiful in architecture. So this project is about a wall and expanding that Norwegian Typehouse in a UNESCO heritage site area and back again, thereby creating a flexible space to accommodate economic in the domestic. I embarked on a journey along the North Sea, an area that was historically connected by trading routes, to find 4 buildings to survey, 1 in East England and 3 in southern coast of Norway. From Oslo, I drove 8 hours to Losvand, the only place that is connected to the peninsula, and slowly going back to Murdo and Linger, Both islands are car-free islands and can only be accessed by 15 minutes of boat drive. These three areas in Norway are among 20 other constellations of islands that are currently serving as a local summer destination and applying to be a UNESCO heritage site. For the demographic, in Losson there are 30 people living all year round, but the population will go up to 1,000 in summer months, and there will be another increase of 10,000 people coming down from cruise ships once the UNESCO heritage status is approved. This would make an unprecedented swelling, more than any of these islands could take. These summer destinations are the supple molecular microsegments that are being imposed by the macro UNESCO criteria, and the project lies in the problem of conservation and the potential for an economic expansion from the exploding tourism. In a way that UNESCO is trying to capitalize the backwardness as a resource, I'm questioning, could one modernizing nation pay another nation not to change? From my journey, I gathered samples in the form of data as a series of survey drawings as an attempt to study the existing old buildings in the affected area. So I took a train to the town of Coges Hall to see the oldest barn in England, which I read from Nicholas Pevner's book. This barn was an extension of the Coges Hall Abbey from 12th century. It was built on a slope. Thus, to save the overall building from rotting, the front wall has been pushed back to make a way for digging a gutter. In Norway, I found 3 Norwegian type houses from 18th century in which the residents are still living there all year round and try to understand what makes living suitable inside today. Murdo has a population of 1, and I surveyed the house of the only person living in the island. It's strategically placed near the museum and the only public pier which is used to access the island. So the owner seized the opportunity to expand the house commercially. He cut out part of his 18th century notch-lock type house and added a restaurant of a timber frame construction, a typological extension by subtraction, thereby connecting his domestic kitchen to serve the restaurant. He further added a timber decking in 21st century to serve as a summer bar. Lastly, in Linger, I found a sailor house directly beside a water. There are rows of sailor houses in Linger with their own pier. So these sailors can dock their own boat directly. And it is also an 1850s 4-room type house, which notched log timber construction. And just like any other houses there, the owner flattened the ground to make garden and terrace. This is a house of Miss Ellingson, which I will get back to later. When I allowed survey drawings of these like old 4 buildings, I realized that their walls have been moved throughout the time. So from shrinking, cutting, and flattening, I concluded that the flexibility of a building's outer perimeter is somehow proportional to the amount of a time a building could stand. So I abstracted the idea of expanding and contracting of wall and make series of artifacts to extend space and possibly the building lifespan. So I started with a very mundane sliding wall panel with a latex membrane to create an immediate volume of space that is also retractable. Then I started to insert the latex in the wood and started to cut the panels into smaller pieces. And finally, after the integration of the sailcloth as a part of the wall construction, because after talking to the local sailmaker, I found out that Norwegians have a long historic hobby of sailing, but they can only use their sailcloth for 3 months before it deemed as unsuitable in the sea. There is lightness and transparency from the irregularity of that sailcloth, coming from the acknowledgement of the paneling patterns of the timber wall construction next to it. So from elasticity to flexibility to modularity, and finally substituting the local materials, after a series of tests, I realized that the only way to extend the type houses are by cutting them and only leaving the essential structural elements. And in the case of log houses, it is the notches on the edges. And therefore, I propose a blunt move of cutting off the facade and dealing with the fact that it will actually collapse. Martha Clark has been cutting houses since 1970s, and it is possible to cut a straight line from the roof down to the foundation. And I tried to challenge the attractiveness of the soon-to-be UNESCO heritage site with the already existing pulley and track system in the island that the locals use to pull their boats out from the water. So ideally, the locals would inherit a 250-year-old house from their Norwegian daddies. They will start to locate the main structures, which is half a meter radius of notch lock on the corners. Then they start to make a surgical-like incisions to remove the wall panels and reinforce them. Lastly, they put tracks and timber decks on the ground to their desired extension direction before they can pull out their walls in that brief summer period, a brief summer madness. There are roughly 44 different permutations of the traditional Norwegian type houses, which follows the same logic of stacking logs around a fireplace. in the center. I draw up grids projecting from windows and doors as a pattern from expansion to prove that the same cutting patterns can be applied to all of them. Now let's get back to Linger. There is currently only one public pier to dock the tourists' boats during the holiday season. But along the edge of the island, there are a series of sailor houses with their own pier. So when the 10,000 tourists docked their cruise ship to the mainland and rented small ferries to Linger, these piers would potentially serve as a docking port. I checked the UNESCO application guideline, and I realized that the only protected part of the whole village are just the front facades, as they are trying to preserve the Nordic look in the elevation. So with the increase of number of tourists, the house would be able to expand by extending the front walls. And by moving the front walls horizontally, it creates a parallel blind spot as a room to extend vertically as well. Now, fire has been a central element in the living space. And in order to extend the house, I need to bring some fire along. I looked into Miss Ellingson's chimney and I realized that just like any of other Norwegian chimney, its section was crooked. And I saw an opportunity of cutting the fireplace and move them together with the wall. And by moving the fireplace, I was able to change the whole ecology of the interior, much more than just how the house is heated. So from the cold Norwegian winter in February, to sauna in May, to full expansion in July and August during the holiday season, and slowly pulling back in September, ready for winter. Extending the wall while moving the centrality of the fireplace gives the building a new life. So this is a house of Miss Ellingson that I had surveyed. When summer comes, she would ask help from her neighbor to pull out the house, expanding the second floor horizontally and moving the fireplace out for summer nights, and lifting the panels to get the cross ventilation of that summer breeze. The transparency of sailcloth admit light during the day and light up this Nordic village at night from the house interior, signaling the neighbors that they are present. And most importantly, these alterations are reversible and be ready to be tucked back in during the Nordic winter, according to UNESCO Heritage Guideline. This will be the only way for the local community to benefit from the exploding tourism in the summer, while still abide by the UNESCO guideline. Once the overall structure of the notch lock wall is seen as more of a timber frame structure, the owner can basically cut elements out of their house, reinforce them, and making these elements to be movable and reversible. So from survey drawings and photographs that I got from Miss Ellingson's house, I tried to recreate her house interior and try to imagine how it would look like when it's extended. During the winter, she would enjoy a warm tea in her living room by the fireplace. And then the summer comes. She would have her front walls pulled out with a careful slit of opening from the sailcloth, only unveiling the horizon where the water meets the neighboring islands. Lifting the second floor, then she would recenter the fireplace and put on the additional floors. Now she can cook lobsters for the incoming tourists and generate income. So when the tourists dock at the port, her house will extend and accommodate as a restaurant with all the cooking served from her domestic kitchen. So from surveying series of old buildings along the North Sea to start of cutting the very mundane elements that defines enclosure, it brings me to the final part, which is the injection of this micro-physical idea into the molar and micro-political fabric of UNESCO heritage protected area. Houses near water would capitalize to the opportunity to be a sauna in the winter, while houses more inland would probably just expand to cater to more accommodations or possibly restaurants. While Norwegians traditionally mark their house boundaries with stones and fences, there is a possibility of compromise between 2 or 3 neighbors to create a more collective spaces, thereby changing the overall social landscape and attitudes of the whole village. Just imagine the screeching metallic sound of the whole village in that brief summer when people are pulling out their front walls, tension from sailcloth which clashes with both woods and stones, aged and made soft by the sea salt. Chopping off the front wall to make the type houses more flexible will be one of the ways to preserve the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Turning it over to the panel, and before we do, I wanted to extend a special thank you to Manager Verghese, who's the Head of Public Programs at the AA and Unit Master of Diploma 12, also a seminar leader within professional practice. Manager co-curator of British Pavilion at the 17th Venice Architecture Biennale, has been looking across all these projects because she's helped organize this day, and it's been beautifully done. So thank you, Manager, and welcome also to the jury. Let's kick off. Ryan, you've done a beautiful presentation. You mentioned UNESCO a lot, so I'm sure there are lots of questions around how that worked into the brief, etc.
Ryan, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Really fascinating project. Could you talk a bit about how you define the limits of it, and in terms of how far it could go, how far it could go up, but also if you considered going down as well?
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, this is more like a speculative project, but the Norwegian landscape is quite hilly, and the people there already have their kind of like boundaries within the house, and majority of people there flatten their land. So in a way that the extent that they can go is probably just like around like 3 to 5 meters from their house, because that's where their land boundary is, and that's where the land which they have flattened is. Yeah.
Because there's a really interesting kind of dynamic there where, you know, I can understand the logic of expanding it in the summer, but there's also a sense that then that destroys your outdoor space and your garden space. So maybe you want to retract it, and whether you could actually compress the house so the house can get smaller and you live more of your life outdoors. And similarly, the idea if you're going down, then you could actually hide the house, you know, and all that happens is the roofscape becomes part of the landscape. I think it's very interesting, you know, thinking that your ground floor could become an elevated first floor so you can get better views in the summer. And then actually when you want to just sort of pretend your house isn't there, you can then sit on your roof, which is on the ground, which is a nice angle for a bit of sunbathing. So I'm intrigued how you find those boundaries, how you negotiate those, and actually that potentially the house wants to get bigger in winter when you spend more time inside, you want more friends over and you're feeling lonely and isolated in the intense weather. And actually in the summer, when it's 24 hours sunshine, potentially, you maybe want to have a smaller house. But yeah, fascinating ideas.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mark. Yeah.
It's because, really interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
No worry. Yeah, because I'm just planning to keep the house as kind of like object for the tourists from the water. Yeah. But yeah, it's a great point.
But it begins to question, what is the object of the house when you know, what point does it stop being the house when you split it up so much and it becomes, you know, a series of components that you could easily replace, or it just becomes unrecognizable. And that kind of boundary of the domestic and the house and the typology, you know, when does it just come a series of parts that aren't a whole?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I will note that down.
Ryan, thank you for the presentation. Really fascinating project, so clearly done, and quite fascinating, the whole idea of expanding the house and contracting it. To build upon Mark's point, I think you did such a great job in tightening the narrative and telling us why this is necessary in the summer, but I could also see it growing a life of its own, where some people decide that during the winter time they actually want more space versus the summer. So I think the beauty of the project is the flexibility that Mark is talking about, and how each of these owners in their own lot could decide what's the appropriate time for them to expand versus contract. So I actually find that flexibility to be a really nice, unexpected outcome of the project. I was really fascinated by the understanding of a town through elevation, and how you began to expand the house in a way that the elevation doesn't change. So talking a lot about seeing something from a distance, like deep and shallow space, and how you can begin to completely change something while creating this illusion that nothing has changed. I thought that was a really fascinating way to read your project.
Thank you, Katie.
Just to jump in there, I think, I mean, I really loved the project, and I thought it was really fascinating the way that well, for me, the thing that tied it all together was Miss Ellington and this narrative around Miss Ellington. And I think when you work in residential architecture and residential projects, you'll know that there are kind of 1,000,001 Miss Ellingtons that tie together the narrative of the work that you're trying to do, and kind of help you see into the aspects of community and the dynamics of community. And I just wondered if you could maybe expand a little bit more on some of the kind of findings around the current community, and maybe how they responded, or how do you think they would respond to such flexibility, because you're proposing a really kind of aspirational and almost revolutionary flexibility to their status. And I wonder if that's kind of in conflict to some of the traditions that this community might might be currently experiencing, let's say.
Yeah, no, good point. Because essentially, like all these outer ports house are actually a transit kind of like places, and in a way that the architecture is transporting from one place to another along that northern Europe sea, and the change is actually something that's always constant. And suddenly, like they start to implement this UNESCO heritage site, and everything should be froze in time. And for the community that has been like building their history around change, and to get something suddenly like freeze, it's something that I'm trying to like question as well. So in a way that they're trying to bring that kind of like lots of tourists to the islands, I kind of want to accelerate the change that can be reverted back. But yeah, interesting point.
There's a really beautiful island in Japan, Naoshima, which is a fishing village that people then have come visit, and they turned it into kind of an art gallery type space. You can actually go into these houses that look just like normal houses, and then like this is completely different. So I wonder if this is also another opportunity to kind of showcase the culture, like the Norwegian culture, and allow people to kind of visit and experience it in different ways. I mean, you're bringing people into people's homes as opposed to sending them to hotels. I mean, I think that's what you're proposing. So I think kind of the cultural angle of this and the business angle of this is quite interesting, because it allows, local people to kind of share their stories, and it's a very personal experience. But you can imagine these spaces not necessarily just taking on the role of the home, like what else could they be as well? So I think, just imagining, what this kind of, island frontage, could actually act as. I think that's also interesting to think about the different uses.
Ryan, I was just looking in the archive at some archigram material, and looking at Instant City and thinking there's a whiff of archigram about your proposal. It's sort of breathability, its shift to a really small part of the calendar, expanding and contracting. You never mentioned directly references, but I'm sure you were looking at lots of things across the academic year. Were there any projects that inspired or that you took from history and theory or some of your research early days that made it into this proposal?
Yeah, no, exactly. The way you mentioned the Instant City, it's quite interesting, because now, like in third year, I'm in the unit with David Green as well. But yeah, it has influenced me a lot, and I'm fascinated by this idea of lightness, and that something that's not straight, because a lot of like these old buildings is like irregular, and that bubbly kind of architecture. But I'm fascinated with that kind of like expansion from the 60s. Yeah, exactly.
How much were you inspired by Big Brother and Love Island?
Sorry?
Because there's something kind of interestingly sort of, well, not primitive, but sort of the physicalized version of that, where you're keeping an element of the thing and then you're pulling back a wall, allowing, new people to come in and just watch life go on. And I think that's really fascinating, actually, where you can live in the house, but be outside of it, or sit and watch the house where you're in it and it's behind you, but it's also in front of you, but their space is still the same as it was. And so, you just need to insert a kind of two-way mirror, a two-way glazing, whatever. And there's something kind of really fascinating about then issues of memory, issues of imageability, of the erasability, the fact that you can have this captive audience there, and then you put the house back together and there's no memory of them. But then also between the houses, where, sight lines are suddenly completely changed in how people can see into each other's houses in their newly expanded house, and be seen from different points at sea, from the other houses, from behind them. And I think that sense of observation in both a sort of positive and open way, but also potentially a slightly darker way, is a kind of really interesting aspect to your project.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Shimon unmuted.
No, Ryan, I mean, I also enjoyed it. I felt, I have a couple of questions, because I felt like you moved very quickly to the kind of techniques of it, the archigramminess of it, and, which is very enjoyable. But I'm kind of curious, because I mean, reading your statement, You mentioned the fact that, the island is I believe, in a process of applying for UNESCO status. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So yeah, and you're obviously working, in the sort of perennial paradox that faces, many tourist, particularly sort of fragile, vulnerable tourist ecologies around the world, right? Of which Venice is the most well known. But there's the sort of notion that the very thing that makes something attractive is, in a sense, the seed of its own potential destruction, right? So, like, in a sense, by being too beautiful, you seduce too much. Therefore, you kind of bring in ruination. And so, I think, what I'm sort of intrigued by, there's two questions. One is, your presentation, and by this I mean your verbal presentation, is very deadpan. So it's like there's a schism between, I think, the words that you say and then the project that you present. And so I'm not sure how sincere or how ironic you are. That's fine. But I'm now thinking from the perspective of like a UNESCO officer who is going to be, who's going to receive the application from this island for UNESCO status, right? So, and I know that there's this history, and the island, has these like beautiful, quaint, cute, quaint houses, la 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 la, and then somebody's coming along and is basically turning them into almost like TV or film sets, right? So I'm then thinking, okay, well, all right. Is this still the auratic object that was always there, right? So there's a sense in which, by intervening into this practical problem about the population oscillation seasonally, you're also intervening, you could say, in what Benjamin would call like the aura of the object, right? So, and it made me sort of think, I think it could work. It could work, but then I'm also thinking, well, would I give you UNESCO like status still, And then it made me think of, I don't know if you know the caves at Lascaux, like some of the oldest cave paintings in France. They were discovered in 1940, and then they 35,000 years old, and then they realized 20 years later that by allowing people in there, the oxygen, the carbon dioxide was destroying the paintings, right? They're very delicate. They're tens of thousands of years old, and so they shut the cave down. And then, what happened over the next sort of 40 or 50 years was they made a number of reproductions, right? So there's Lascaux 2, which is a one-to-one replica, which is, 200 meters away from the original. Then there's Lascaux 3, which is a series of 5 exact reproductions of the cave art that have been touring around the world since 2012. And then there's Lascaux 4, which is a new copy, and there's also a digital copy, right? So there's a sort of interesting thing where, in order to preserve the original, they create the replicas, right? So and the replicas have these different lives, and I'm sort of wondering, whether your project, like whether there would, whether you would apply what you do to all of them or just to some of them. And whether you would sort of have like a more distributed attitude towards the aura of the original objects, right? So because at the moment it feels like you're coming in very even-handedly and just kind of like applying this rubric to everything. But then I don't know, there's something, it's a little bit, I don't know, it's a little bit too archigrammy for my liking. And I feel like there needs to be a less accidental jokiness to it. And I think that there could be other strategies by which, you maintain what's there, but allow, other kind of other possibilities to exist at the same time, right? So I like it. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but I feel it's like it's a little bit one track, and I kind of want to see a bit more like critical variation that goes back to the idea of like the tension between preservation and, let's say, economy, like economic future. For me, there's a little bit too much of you in the project, oddly enough. And I kind of want more of not you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's interesting critique, especially the example. I didn't know that. We have to be aware that the idea of preservation is actually something that's also opposing to the idea of modernization, and it's like always also like the idea of westernization. And when I look at the references, like one way to misread this project is also by the idea of the Heath Robinson and how this like British like kind of like invention type trying to like get the spirit of that industrialization. But no, that's interesting point really, because we should not forget the idea of that preservation is also the monetization of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, Victoria, you were just saying you have an afternoon on a project that picks up on UNESCO sites, etc.
Yes.
This must have some resonance with some of your recent work.
Yeah, I think I suppose I'm saying, how would you argue this design to the World Heritage officers, in the sense that there's often a belief that you've got to have everything very similar, but actually when you look at UNESCO, if I take Bath for example, it actually says exemplary modern design, a bold design, it often states. So you can introduce really so strong modern design within a city. I just wondered if you were presenting this to an officer. This is much more about, in a way, the whole town, the whole city. And it reminded me of going to Graz and seeing the museum art there by actually Peter Cook, and how that is inserted into the town, but it's one piece that in a way the city wraps around it. Where here, the sort of feeling it's taking over, the modern design is taking over the town and the space. So I think if I was looking at UNESCO, I would be kind of having to argue my case for that. And I think that would be something, if you're looking at UNESCO, I'd be really concentrating on here. And also, of course, materials, because that will be the other thing, again, talking about the preservation, is actually that balance between materials of one type or old type against a new one, and actually just ensuring you've got the sort of balance so that you feel you still have the presence of the past in the place, which of course in winter you do, but in summer it sort of does transform itself into a totally different design place.
But I think that's what's, for me, really fascinating and very intelligent about this project, that it's a decoy project, that you apply for UNESCO listing of the image that we all think of these places, but then they're kind of surreptitiously installing these expandable elements so that, as this image shows, when the tourists come along on their huge, massive 50-story boats, with however many tens of thousands of people, they can, totally change the look of it. So the tourists don't think they're at this UNESCO site and move on. They're like, what's that weird looking place? We won't go and we won't land there. So it's actually a very clever decoy where it can stop itself getting over visited. It can stop itself becoming this total tourist trap by appearing in reality as something else until it folds back and becomes the place that has that social, cultural community and that rich history, which is preserved that when it's all folded back. And perhaps there's also an element that, those people who do genuinely want to then come and study and visit this UNESCO site, you can keep them literally at a distance where you expand that wall out right up to them so they can go and look at it in detail and understand that wall and the construction at the edge of your property and still keep on living in your house. So in some ways, it's quite a clever kind of decoy, inverted camouflage.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to move on soon, but I think there's so many interesting points. And I think part of the open jury and reflecting on a project that you've kind of finished and maybe moved on from is to think about like kind of how this could inform your project that you're doing this year, and also make you be a bit critical, I guess, about something that's obviously an amazing project, I think, especially in second year, to have achieved at this level. But I think like maybe just to pick up on something that was discussed earlier, I think Shimon mentioned about being critical potentially about UNESCO or having a position on that. And I like that you said that it's sometimes a kind of a reaction against modernization. You freeze frame a whole place when it gets UNESCO World Heritage status. And I can't remember if I gave this reference to you at a jury last year, but I would look at the Czech Republic Pavilion from the last Venice Architecture Biennale, because it was looking at this place called Český Krumlov that was listed as a World Heritage Site and then kind of became a kind of ruin. All its inhabitants left, to the point that an artist had started, actually, I can't remember if it was in the art or the architecture. I think it was in the Architecture Biennale, but an artist actually was inviting tourists to sign up to act as locals, so that when people came to visit the place, it wasn't devoid of life. And it was almost like turning the dial up on the kind of surrealness of what happens when some place becomes a World Heritage Site. And it's kind of, I think, important to be critical of like what you are getting yourself into when you apply to get that preservation status. But yeah, I really enjoyed hearing you present your project. So thank you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Ryan. We're going to turn to Anna Font. She will read her entire PhD for the next 3 hours. No, Anna will present an overview of her research and put it in the context of her larger project. But it's great to have a PhD student with us today. Ryan, I did think it would be right if we acknowledged your tutors that you studied with.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with Chris Pierce, Aaron Morandian, and Amandine Kassler. And yeah, they have been a great tutor. Yeah.
Thank you. And Anna, maybe you can kick off, Anna, with your supervisors and director of studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Well, thank you all. My name is Anna. I'm doing my PhD in design. My director of studies is Mike Weinstock, and my advisor is Marina Laturi, and I'm just starting my second year. So I'm going to share screen. I'm going to show you, wait, let me see here. As Mark was saying, can you see?
Yes, all good.
Thank you. So what I've been working on right now has this title, The Ordinary Novel Towards a Genealogical Architecture. But I wanted to start with this engraving of a method of analysis for the sciences from the 1800s. Because when I look at the discipline of architecture in the ways we practice and we produce architecture, I see a whole artifact with its form and its own organization. And even if more or less explicit or more or less conscious, sometimes I would say that there are like inherent lines of thought that at the same time group practices within them in a position that is, again, more or less central to its ethics of work, but inscribed in tendencies nonetheless. And these streams share principles, techniques, even vocabularies, among other things. And I'm curious about the phenomena by which there are moments of strong oppositions that lead to either proliferations, divergences, or extinctions even of some of these lines. But I'm mostly interested in the underlying nature of the architectural attributes they work with. And I would claim that the production of architecture is an evolutive body of work. And what is at stake all along is the intelligences that we embed back to it in our contemporary practice, which will eventually grow to be our material history. So the structure of the thesis in this context is both analytic and projective, which are both ends of this structure. The first chapter, the introduction is called Architecture as a Discipline of Evolving Principles. And the very end is what I'm calling right now the ordinary novel. And this might be a long shot, but what I'm expecting to produce as projects are interventions on the most common materials of architecture in the sort of ordinary fabric at the scale of the building and its components. And the idea is to put at work this genealogical architecture that emerges out of a methodology that grounds, of which I elaborate and study in the central part, which is the 3 chapters that you can see in the middle. And if you let me briefly go through the concept of machinic phylum and the classification methods from the evolutionary sciences, because these are the lenses through which I am looking at this material to build up these lineages. So the machinic phylum, this is a quote from one of the plateaus. It's called Nomadology from the list. And it says that we may speak of a machinic phylum or technological lineage wherever we find a constellation of singularities, prolongable by certain operations which converge and make the operations converge upon one or several assignable traits of expression. And this is going to be important for me, the idea of trait of expression and the idea of constellation and how they converge or diverge in sometimes, because these lines, they are not continuous. The idea of genealogy doesn't mean that there is an essential continuity, a cause-effect continuity. It means that there are attributes that keep shifting and that you can trace them, and that has a form, that tracing has a form. And some of these lines are travel long distances and go along assemblages, and others are internal to one assemblage, to one culture. And this is also very important for me because it means that I will be working with materials that are not chronologically continuous necessarily, that there can be jumps in chronology. And when I saw that this nonlinearity or this discontinuity was going to be at the core of the work of the research, I started looking at some materials that are already working with these problems in classification systems, for instance, of the evolutionary sciences. And this in particular is one of the plates in Stephen Jay Gould's book, The Structure of Evolutionary Theory. And this example presents parallel lineages, each in different states of the same life cycle. While some lineages, like the ones to the left, are becoming stronger, larger, and thicker shells, and the others are becoming what is called evolutionary senile. And this was for a long time considered, the blank spaces in between were for a long time considered a problem of the imperfection of the fossil record, thinking that the numerous gaps were the result of a lack of evidence. But Gould's theory is to the contrary, that typically species would appear abruptly and disappear. And this argument is called punctuated evolution, and it exists in opposition to gradualism. These are the two diagrams that would compare both approaches. The diagram below is the trend that remains like as a continuous branching process, and the one above is the diagram that shows that individuality, like one single individual, can punctuate this linear evolution. And this again is important in my thesis, the idea of individual in terms of the materials that I pick, like it can be like an individual building, an individual text. So this will again reinforce the idea that I was mentioning before of the kind of consecutivity not being either chronologically or culturally compact. This plate shows these individuals in a particular clade, and what is also interesting for me is that classification requires the search for appropriate cases. So it's not what you find, it's also how you search for these appropriate cases. And this will be another point very central to my research, because I will consider that particular buildings, texts, concepts can be the artifacts that punctuate these phylums. And of course, this makes me think in architecture, there's been work done in similar fashions, even on just two very kind of opposite, if not opposite, very different examples, like FOA's phylogenesis diagram, or even Colin Rowe's essay on the Stein and Malcontenta, where he goes back and forth from correspondence to non-correspondence of traits, like the free plan and the free section. So in a way, it's not that we have not been dealing with that problem, but this is kind of new. This is here I'm starting of exploring something that it's pretty new for me. It's the first board of what I call the generative model, which will operate as a genealogic machine in a projective way. The colors that I'm showing here are parallel planes of consistency. And the difference between them is that they have different modalities of extracting traits from its materials. The modalities are these categories to the left. To the central part, there are the materials, which are case studies of mostly building. But again, as I was mentioning, there are also kind of geographies, normatives. It's a pool of materials. And each material has a presence in a certain genealogy, which means that it has an underlying commonality with the others in the same group. And finally, the model the models that kind of are produced to the right side are the artifacts that result of processes of differentiation, transcription, integration, or extraction of these materials. And maybe to put a couple of examples of what I expect it will produce, because this, of course, it's a start of a second part of the research in terms of production of these projects, is that this first group, for example, the ones that are more like in brownish color, will tend to differentiate traits in single houses and produce prototypes. And right now I'm working on a chimney prototype that redefines the organization of the house around the hearth of the fireplace. While there are others like these kind of violet ones down here that make transitions in degree of one trait that evolves in new kinds. This is why there are two lines here, because there are two cases sharing a trait in different degrees, and this will evolve into another proposal. And really, I don't want to go into much detail there because it's really at the very beginning. But maybe I wanted to add a last thing, which is also the medium of work, how I draw and what I draw. This is not any of the proposals from the board before. This is more to try to define to me what is a generative model, because each column is a relationship, and then the relationships are cumulative from left to right. And what goes down from this construction is a number of variations of this relationship. In this case, we were just studying the relationship of plant depths and vertical circulatory systems and the role of the elevated podium as a raised street that articulates building groups. But what I'm interested in showing here is that I will be exploring material by opening up its attributes to make them active again. And I hope that both the analytic and the projective can be a contribution of the thesis. So not only in the realm of one or the other, but also in this vector of going from one to the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Should I unshare maybe your...
It's useful to see a few images as we talk over, so maybe keep the screen and we can walk through. Anna, maybe I could just kick off around the images. There's something about the taxonomy of the graphic that sits parallel to your research, and I wonder, and there are many books around these infographics and ways of representing some of the questions you're looking at around a knowledge base, around iteration, around bifurcation. Do you have an agenda with your research? How do you catalog and mine the image versus the work you're doing with text? In other words, it feels like very much a PhD by design, where these images somehow do a little bit more than just represent what they are labeled as.
Mm-hmm. So you mean that the means of description of the images as themselves? That's what you're implying?
Maybe maybe to rephrase, there's certainly the look of the thing and then what the thing is doing. And the look of the thing is very attractive occasionally and sometimes not. And I'm wondering, as you work your way through the research, you're 2 years into a 4, maybe 5-year project. So it's relatively early days, but how do you track that, or are you interested in that? How do you make sure that the images you're collecting do something unique vis-a-vis the text you're also generating?
I see. Yeah, I think. I mean, honestly, I don't know if the images the found images that I'm relying upon right now are going to remain. Like, I would really like that everything is redrawn and appropriated by the thesis, so that in a way it doesn't have any illustration, but it is a thing on itself. So that would be my wish. But then as I move forward, of course, I find that there are some difficulties in that. But yeah, and also like the different natures of these drawings that you're mentioning, because they come from very different backgrounds. and how to redraw them sometimes leaves them very far from the start. So, but yeah, I would say methodologically, I would position myself in that place.
Thank you.
I have a question. Have you decided what elements you're looking at and what elements you're going to be exploring? You showed the chimney and the variations of that, and I'm curious if you're sticking at that scale or if you're looking at different scales and how that is shaping the methodology overall.
Yeah, to start, I think I'm reducing the scale to like the building scale and its components to start with, but I think this has effects on larger scales. It's maybe out of cautiousness at looking at very kind of at the attributes in terms of that building scale, which in itself is difficult to narrow down, because what I mean by building scale, right? Like it can vary a lot. But I would say I'm on those grounds right now for the type of trait that I'm looking for, which would have some kind of versatility to actually have the potential for broader scales. But yeah, I don't know if that is something that should be revised.
I'm quite interested in how the components will begin to relate to the whole and how could potentially they can create a very different reading of normative architecture. So, I mean, the idea of a jump and discontinuity in lineage, as you said, it's not a new idea, but it's definitely a very kind of interesting lens to which to look at the building environment, as especially because we keep building kind of in layers and constantly, and then these are becoming these kind of larger objects. So breaking the object into components and then thinking about those components is quite interesting. And then I'm thinking about the next step of how you can begin to kind of recompose those to create a different type of lineage. Might be quite an interesting way.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Are there? Oh, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if there were like. So I think I agree with Katie in the sense that idea of discontinuity is really interesting, and you started to expand into the kind of material realm in the few slides back with the chimney. But I wondered if there's is there a physical investigation that's going to coincide with your research, and how might you manage that kind of discontinuity and some of the drop-offs with how we use material and how material has then evolved and is appropriated in different contexts and kind of and makes up the practices that we're so familiar with now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would really like that it produces even like some prototypes of some of these let's say projects and that it involves this materiality that you're talking about. Right now, what is in blue is actually that layer. Now I have it a little bit segregated because what I put here actually is part of my previous research, or the research that I carry on from previous years, mostly in my teaching. And there are a number of material transformations that are one of the lines of work. I don't go closer because it's like I'm not ready to just kind of zoom in. But I would say that the first one is more like single houses. The second one is like material transformations, like computational transformation that then it's produced by certain means of production. And then the ones below are more like this kind of building scales which integrate traits and kind of transpollinate traits. So in a way, I'm segregating these realms to see if maybe I will focus on one or if I will keep going through all of them, because I don't know how much this will kind of have inertia. So maybe it will focus on one of these, but that will be definitely one of the realms that I'm really interested in pursuing. Yeah.
I mean, I think this can be an incredibly useful project for many people, because not only are you recording, but you're also giving opportunity to what the possibilities are in the future. And I think making sure that different materials are not lost, or different sort of ways of using materials and also constructing them. I think that's incredibly useful. I also wonder whether there's an opportunity here to open this up at some point to creating kind of a user database where you allow other people to kind of input into some kind of system, so that you can get, material usage from many different cultures and things that are beyond probably what you're able to do in like 5 years of this project, So I don't know whether that's kind of possible, but I just thought it could be quite interesting as people might want to sort of contribute to this, and make it a larger project, almost like a Wikipedia for, of architectural materials. I could see it being something really valuable to many people by opening it up to something like that. Have you thought about that at all, or?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, for me, it would be important that this is an active thing, that it doesn't close in a proposal that is like this object, and this framework it will have to take a form which can be what you're mentioning, and I would really like that future for this. I think it has to be open, right? I mean, it has to be something that. And maybe it's a bit romantic, this idea of the noble in the ordinary, but I think it's embedded in that, because it's the idea that if you produce a certain medium to keep intelligences that architecture has been building for so long, how do you perpetuate that and you put that to the open? Like, you kind of put it there, and it's for anybody that is interested to jump into it. So it should definitely become open. As a methodology. At the same time, I don't want it to be just a platform, but I want to kind of produce, show how it produces. So I think I'm in that, kind of ground.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're coming up with a system and a way of doing it that people could then input into. And I think what you would be adding to it is just the whole thought process and the whole organizational structure to how this thing can work and actually how it can be used. If you can actually make something that's incredibly usable, for people, then I think like you've achieved, something incredible, just by putting the platform together and organizing it into a way that is manageable, and searchable and things like that. I think that in itself, I think would be quite an achievement in order to do, for architects everywhere. So I think it's an amazing project, and I think I'm really excited to kind of see where it goes.
Thank you.
I was wondering kind of where, where's the room for error? Like, I liked your drawing, the image where you said that the kind of black spaces suggested that there was a gap in knowledge. But I think it's like the kind of phylogenetic tree. It doesn't necessarily, it has branches, but it doesn't necessarily allow for mutations and things like that. So I was just curious as to how do you design an error? And I really loved Melissa's point as well, that how do you kind of, once you create the system, open it up to people to test it, but also to add things to it, and then it becomes a kind of crowdsourced project. But how does your system kind of build in tolerance and error? Was my question.
Yeah, there is a whole part which I didn't bring today, but there is a line of, it's all in terms of the fossil kind of more paleontological research that I'm doing, which is called more theoretical morphology. It's a small branch, and theoretical morphology, what it does is actually building up this non-existent species or mutations or weirdos, let's say, in common language. And so there is a theory on how to work in that realm, and I'm really interested in that part. It's just that somehow it has been into the background a little bit. I started very strongly focusing on that, and because that brought me to the idea that it could be generative, like the classification system on itself. It has a generative underground. So yes, I in terms of error, what you're saying error, would you mean non-wished results, right? Like something that you wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something unexpected, but also the tolerance for something not fitting exactly into your system.
Yeah. In terms of emergence of new conditions, I mean, I think this is profoundly non-essentialist. I mean, there is no truth in any of this that I'm going to build. It's quite the opposite. And I think it's about finding ways to make new conditions emerge, not to reinforce the existing, right? Because that it will be a typological type of work, which is not what I'm aiming at. So the focus is on producing new conditions that might be somehow weird or but more interesting in that. So,
Yeah, I mean, I went to a jury of Frederick and Lara who teach Diploma too, but they're teaching in Toronto as well this year. And one of their students is trying to create this a kind of similar system to you, but for memes, because their whole brief is dealing with the internet. So maybe you guys should get in touch, just because it's like interesting to see someone do something similar, but from with a totally different data set, I guess. But
definitely, I'll reach out.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment it's so, it could be so broad, which I guess there's a positive element to that. But I think as well, like you said earlier, I think, do I focus? What do I, what am I actually trying to turn this into? I think maybe, focusing at some point probably makes sense, unless it does become a giant crowdsourced thing where it actually just all the inputs actually make it, what it is. But
yeah, I think I will need to do it. It's the first year you are very cheerful about the whole research, and then you become more realistic.
There's actually a question from an audience member, so maybe I can unmute them so they can ask that.
Great, thank you.
Philip, do you want to go?
Yeah, hello. Thanks for your presentation, Anna. I was thinking when you spoke that about the question of kind of agency in relation to this kind of linearity. I really like that you're going into gold, and I presume you will go into Richard Lewontin too, and their whole kind of notion of kind of getting away from this linearity of evolution. And for them, there's a kind of important element of random noise, right, in evolution. And that got me thinking about agency in this whole thing. So will you somehow relate your research to kind of architectural historiographical accounts of evolution in architecture? For example, perhaps one of the most famous ones, Le Corbusier, who said that, the important thing is to state the problem correctly. And when you stated the problem correctly, within that you have the linear evolution. So he would kind of maybe locate agency in formulating the problem, whereas the common notion is maybe to locate it in the architect building the artifact. But you seem to go beyond that to locate it somewhere completely different, or maybe it's not even a coherent agency, maybe it's scattered or fragmented, etc. So maybe you could riff a bit on that, would be great. Thanks.
Good. I don't see you, but for your voice, thank you, Philippe, for the question. Yeah, I think I have a thing about agency I'm struggling about, because I'm not so sure it's so central. Maybe from a kind of more recent diagnostic of the discipline, and that's why I started at the beginning by saying between lines, which is to focus on the nature of what we produce, and I think agency sometimes goes back and forth and it shifts a lot, but the thing is what we are contributing, and yeah, maybe you're making me think maybe just that there are different types of agency that should be taken into account, but I'm clearly not wanting to make this a topic or a theme, but more something that goes across. And I think in this sense, the construction of problems, which will be also the place more in terms of Bergson, because I'm myself setting a lineage in my own vocabulary and my sources, and in Bergsonism, in the last reading of Bergson, the construction of problem it's the whole project, is the concept. Then he says that there is no such thing as the solution of the problem, right? So I'm interested in that ethics, definitely, which is to kind of set up the problem, and then there is no solution to be achieved because it's that construction. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think that there's definitely an issue there that I have to elaborate upon, maybe to give a more clear position of the work in relation to this kind of disciplinary context that you're mentioning.
Well, Anna, as we're kind of hitting the next time mark, I wanted to offer, annually the AA advertises the Michael Ventris Award, and it's something about your work which would seem to be in line with a sort of Ventris project as well. So there's a question I would have maybe offline with you about how do you start to network? This isn't like a project where you sit in an archive, but it definitely needs this kind of wider array, and some of the jurors are sort of pointed in different directions, but particularly during COVID, finding that network and being able to progress research is going to be a challenge for you. So I think we all wish you well, and anything we can think of to help this along or widen the network, I'm sure we'll be able to reach out and communicate with you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody, for the comments. Thank you.
Shaeron Santosa from Diploma 10 will be presenting the mat, the flag, and a passport.
Yep.
Shaeron is in, there he is. Chuck Newhouse is in the house. Over to you.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see yourself? Or
I can see you. I can see Carlos. That's great.
okay. Okay. Yeah. So my name is Shaeron. My project is titled "The Mat, the Flag, and a Passport." So last year in Diploma 10, we were looking at divisions within the city. My project starts with a 2x2 kilometer scanned experience of a territory in Vauxhall 9 Elms, and it lies within the context of two boroughs. So it's between the borough of Wandsworth and the borough of Lambeth. And the Vauxhall 9 Elms and Battersea Opportunity area also lies right down south of the River Thames in the area highlighted in red. But what I discovered was that identity is an immense spatial implication to the site. And in particular, it is what I found there was the American Embassy, an Eritrean mosque, and Little Portugal. The project is a set of experiments that speculate on the design of spaces of identity and ultimately proposes for a city designed for its users. So identity becomes a defining character to experience or gain access into space. For instance, citizenship becomes important when making a US visa, and gender becomes a conscious difference when entering a mosque, and political allegiance distinguishes one tribe from another in a divided city like West Belfast. So starting with the American Embassy at 9 Elms, it is a point of imposed identity. It enjoys extraterritoriality and diplomatic immunity on British soil, and it is an architecture of security. It has a 30-meter blast zone, blast-proof glass and concrete, separated entrances, and hidden bollards within its landscaping. But most importantly, it is a key generation pole of the 9 Elms development. The embassy is a symbol of Americanness, as you can see here, the Iranian protest earlier this year, where it activated not only the dispatch of the Met Police, but also diplomatic security. And in contrast to the American embassy, the Eritrean mosque is a self-generated block of identity. It took over a city block, and with the addition of partitions, transformed it into a gendered block, where the male enters through a built-in staircase and the female enters through a dilapidated rooftop. But what is most interesting is the interchangeability of space, with the manipulation of doors and access points. So on Fridays, the males take over the community hall and the female prayer room, and with the placement of mats and projector, transforms the entire block into a prayer space. It is also on Fridays that the entire street of Wandsworth Road is emptied out. So as the men goes to pray, women are rejected entry into a halal butcher, as you can see on the photograph in the right-hand side. So they're rejected entry half an hour before worship time. And identity becomes the most prominent as men tie their shoes by the door and congregations start to form. And these bottlenecks are further exacerbated by the bollards on the street. So in this kind of phenomena, the mosque expands its curtilage onto the streets. And similar to the Eritrean mosque, Little Portugal is a self-generated street of identity. It is a slow takeover of the high street via ownership. So for instance, in this case, it is one single shop with 3 different shop fronts, and the same owner owns a total of 7 restaurants and cafes on the street of Little Portugal. The Portuguese identity is reflected in its interiors, in the display of flags, colors, football teams, and the sound of telenovelas on the screen, the music and the Portuguese language that you hear on the street. So following the study of the embassy, the mosque, and Little Portugal, I ask, how does architecture come alive with the charged identities of different social groups? And how are spaces of identity made, and what are the architectural considerations to be had? So these are the variables abstracted from the found identities on site. And these variables are utilized for experimentation of spaces of identity. So in this case, I looked at how the body and the body of the diplomat and his vehicle enjoys the same diplomatic immunity as the entire building of the embassy, and how the multiplication of the diplomat himself and his vehicle can expand the land of extraterritoriality. And in this case, I was experimenting with gendered space and on how we can materialize gendered space. So this is more of a slapstick experiment where I made the masculine space with an orthogonal roof and the female space with a curved roof. And they also experience gendered space with different lighting conditions. And of course, this is more of a playful experiment and kind of shows the limitations of architecture in creating spaces of identity. So taking the trials and errors further, how can identities coexist? And how can the city block be transformed to house multiple identities? So in finding a site, I found a Stockwell tube station that also houses the British Transport Police on the first floor. And I chose this site because it is the convergence point of the Muslims and Portuguese on the site. And the architectural proposition seeks to design spaces for the commuter, the 3 groups of the commuter, the Muslim, and the Portuguese. But this is not only a social overlap, but it will also be a physical one. The proposition will blur the territories of the 3 groups. For instance, the station concourse overlaps with the space of the Portuguese football, and bottlenecks of the mosque builds onto the curtilage of the Portuguese library. So the proposition is a design framework for overlap to occur, but giving enough room for organic engagement to happen. Here, the different groups will experience space differently. So perhaps a scene that will be witnessed is that on Friday, Muslim women take over the Portuguese library as men congregate and fills up the prayer hall, or the Portuguese football and celebration mixes into the crowd of commuters at peak hour. Or perhaps even if a protest occurs again at the American embassy, we will see a mass dispatch of the British Transport Police coming out from the Stockwell block. So ultimately, the proposition aims to make the urban block a new focus of the city. It wants to be the antithesis to the American embassy. London's development today is led by investments like the 9 Elms master plan and security, as can be seen with the American embassy. So the question is, how can we envision a city designed for its users and its existing identities? And finally, the project challenges how spaces of identities exist singularly and with exclusivity. So what is the architectural and urban implication of combining or mixing them into an urban block? Thank you.
Thank you, Shaeron. Maybe we keep a few of your choice images on screen so we can sort of recollect and talk through the project, because obviously the emphasis here is on how you represent these layers and what comes through the drawing as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll go first.
All right, Seth, yeah.
I thought it was a kind of really interesting and forensic approach that reminded me of kind of forensic architecture right the way through. And it was a really interesting approach of how you've tried to explain the dichotomy between the built environment and identity. But I think the only thing I would say is that identity is one of those challenging things, especially identity in the city and how it's expressed within the city, is one of those challenging things that you probably find some of the most, and you would have found this, you find some of the most prominent expressions of identity in spaces that were designed for completely different purposes or designed for different groups, or spaces that have evolved over a specific period of time. And this idea of the urban block reminded me of the kind of the influence of estates and apartment blocks within London specifically, and how those play into or kind of align themselves with the identity of certain communities within the city. But the purpose of the design was for something a lot more kind of planning and social amenities focused. And I just wondered if, and another thing is I thought that, there was a kind of an element of like Verity Jane Keefe in the analysis that you showed. She's an artist who goes through the kind of, some of her work is very like, it explores the kind of the human scale architecture. So looking at how those communities actually experience the space and using video is a really interesting way to do that. I just wondered if what you found out about the relationship between the people and the place in your study, from the kind of the mosques to Little Portugal to the embassy, like that, what doesn't really come through is that relationship, and whether you think that relationship is a harmonious one, whether you think it's one that's simply by kind of, it was something that's by design or something that's just kind of happened upon these communities.
Yeah, so I think what is interesting about the site is that the three kind of identities that I found seem to happen to be on divergent routes within, if you see it on the city plan. So you have Vauxhall Station at the top, and then the street of Little Portugal and the Muslim street of Wandsworth Road is kind of on divergent tracks from Vauxhall Station. So in that sense, which was what I was questioning with the project as well, which is why identity exists in such a singular way, and that the intersections between these identities seem to be quite small or infrequent unless it is in a civic space like the tube station. So yeah, I think I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yes.
Yeah, I think it does, and actually, I think what you've come across is the dilemma that a lot of urban planners and kind of the public sector as a whole and local authorities, be it Wandsworth or Lambeth, have to deal with when they've got a place that's got such kind of diverse groups of people that experience the city in multiple different ways, but the ways in which, or the areas in which those identities, but the identities that we impose on them rather than they kind of identify as themselves, where those cross are usually in civic places rather than in private places. And something like Vauxhall and Nine Elms and the plan for that is it would be interesting. I mean, I wonder what you think about how that plan and how this proposal is going to deal with that, because it's something that's very like one-dimensional, very kind of investment driven, and whether there's an acknowledgement for the informalities that some of these identities or some of these groups benefit from.
I think if I can add as well is that the fact that within this 2x2 kilometer site, if you literally cut a section through it and walk a straight line, you experience in such a completely different way every couple of minutes. I mean, you have, as you said, the complete investment zone of Nine Elms, and then you cross over to the Muslim street where you see the butchers and the mosque, and then you cross over to Little Portugal, which is basically a little pocket of Portugal where you don't even hear English anymore. So yeah, I think that is what the project also tries to do. And with the kind of transforming the urban block, it is also the difficulty of maybe inserting the American identity into this urban block, because it is so kind kind of obvious and so symbolic. Yeah.
I was. Please go on.
Okay, fine. No, just two little comments. Now, I really like, knowing that area, it is so complex and, as you say, they're so diverse or so separated as communities. And so that was one point I thought was really interesting, how you're doing that. But I think one of the things often we create these physical places, these intangible places in one sense of a community place, but it's how you bring people into it and engage in it. And I'm just wondering whether it's an idea really of how you think maybe the people can actually themselves, those individuals or those communities, encourage others to come in. And I was just thinking of something we did back where it was in Macau, where there were two different distinct communities that only one community went to their own type of building or their group, but to get others to go into that building and see it in terms of what it was as a not really nice harbour piece of design, a big, nice community building. They actually had to put have someone outside of their ethnicity to encourage them to go in. So if it's your own group trying to bring people into it, they won't enter that threshold. But if you put the other ethnicity outside, as it were, welcoming, then that encourages people to go in. So straight away, you have this threshold that you make them feel comfortable, but then you're introducing them to something else. So it's just how you would how you create that in the design. I think just the other bit, I quite like the idea of maybe a more dominant or more prominent, rather than dominant design for the female entrance against the male entrance, because usually, the female often is the sort of minor entrance in these things, but actually turning that on its head. So giving another aspect to gender, I suppose, in that perspective.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I wonder if the urban block, if it functions more like a civic space, kind of a public openness to it where, let's say, an envelope does not kind of, it kind of eliminates the idea of an entrance into the building, if that can actually invite more people in that sense, yeah.
And could you walk us back through a few images as we're all eyeing the screen? I know you've got some plan analysis as well. Yeah.
Speaking of images, I was quite captivated by your presentation and the use of moving images and the X-ray lines and almost seeing how the scenarios are unfolding in real time. So I thought that was really effective and really well done. And then, the question that you asked at the end, I was like, so what's the answer? Can you bring them all together? So I thought that you kind of hit the nail in the head. And to build upon the comments that our colleagues have put forward, I'm very keen into not only how you enter these different spaces, that block that you designed, but how can you create potentially leftover spaces for these people to interact, right? So they all enter the block, presumably from a different entrance. But are there any moments in which visually the spaces become connected, or any moments where potentially they can come together in unexpected ways?
So how I kind of designed it is that there is 3 active facades because it sits on the corner block. And it is exactly what you said, actually. They come in from different directions because of the way the street is and, the divergence of the Portuguese and the Muslims. And I think I was, in a way, being quite trying not to design too much, but also not to design too little, because I wanted to give kind of a space for this organic growth and organic intersections to occur. So for instance, what was designed is more in terms of bifold doors, where the access points are, where the staircases are, and how, for instance, for the male and female spaces to the mosque, it's separate staircases that leads to the same space. And the concourse seems to be the more open space for all three groups to meet and have this kind of more organic interaction.
There was also something else that you said that really resonated with me, and it was what are the limitations of architecture in a project like this? And I think really investigating that, just in terms of the design itself, and thinking about sort of the social aspect of it, and what other expertise do you need to bring in to create a project like this successfully? It's not just about architecture, as we've all kind of said. What else do you need to make this work? So I think just investigating that question, I think, is really interesting.
Yeah, the control. Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Shaeron. I mean, so speaking as someone that has been going to Friday prayers for about 30 years in the UK, the vast majority of those experiences took place in things that weren't mosques, like you said. They were, there'd be gyms or basically temporary kind of takeovers of offices and so on and so forth. And that sort of made me think about, I think what your description, to use the previous presenter's language, the kind of the analytical versus the projective, the kind of, there seems to be a great kind of poetry of your description of, what's already there. It's almost, it's a very kind of literary, in praise of the informal. I want to ask you, Shaeron, because it's reminding me of something which I'll follow up. But have you read Michel de Certeau's The Practice of Everyday Life?
No.
Okay, it's kind of crazy. But anyway, Carlos will know this very well. But he, there are many things in there, but he makes a distinction between strategy and tactics. And he borrows these terms from like military theory, but actually kind of rechristens them. Because in military theory, tactics is a subset of strategy, which would be a subset of campaign. But for de Certeau, particularly when he's thinking about everyday life, he puts tactics in opposition to strategy. And he says that strategy is the purview of the powerful, the purview of power, whereas tactics are basically the practices of the unpowerful, right? In relation to the kind of the situations, both explicit and implicit, that power engenders, right? So I remember a couple of years ago I was in Milan, and it was the Eid the next morning, and I wanted to go to offer my Eid prayers. And at that point, I realized the whole of Italy, there were literally two formal mosques, There's one in Rome, and then there was one in Milan, but it was out in this like weird suburban enclave that Berlusconi had built in the 80s. And there was no way for me to get there. Like it was basically on it was like on a motorway, effectively. And so, the vast majority of this is it. The vast majority of like places of prayer for Muslims are improvised, like you say. But these, in a way, they are, I would say, the expression of tactics, right? So they're tactical appropriations of situations and spaces, not despite power, but because of power, right? So there's a way in which, again, to use a word from the previous presentation, that of intelligence. So, the intelligence of, using or misusing a space precisely, like basically in the gaps of what, you know, formal strategic power has elicited. Now, so what seems paradoxical to me in your project is that, you know, you make a very eloquent, I think, description of these, you know, this kind of accretion of tactics, right? Of informal ways in which, you know, people, communities have managed to kind of not only eke out, but create a kind of thriving, you know, like thriving systems and ecosystems of life. You know, so the U.S. Embassy, this is it. You know, the U.S. Embassy is in this kind of nomenclature, you know, like the personification of like strategic power, right? Like, and then everything else sort of da. But then, you know, you're in this like paradoxical position, it seems to me, to now want to like, you know, exert your design intelligence as an author with agency, again, to use another term. And, you know, I'm sort of, I don't know, because I think the kind of tactical intelligence that, you know, the communities that you've described is precisely in opposition to the you know, the kind of the way in which, you know, centralized power, urban planning, political power, etc., zoning, you know, works. So, you know, it's like, I know what you want to do, but I'm wondering whether what you want to do actually has to come out through the opposite of how you want to do it, if you see what I mean. Because I think that, you know, precisely, it's like the intelligence that you're describing, again, so eloquently and with great praise. I don't know if it is, if it's something that you can then like, you know, kind of materialize or summon or choreograph through like traditional architectural, you know, like intervention. So I like what you're doing, but I'm not, anyway, I'd read De Soto, talk to Carlos about it. I don't know how he feels about it.
Shimon, that is a really great point. I think I want to point out as well that the mosque, the Eritrean mosque that I found, its existence is actually because it took over illegally this block for 10 years. And so after you inhabit a space for 10 years, you have legal rights to use that land. But then the question is that good for the city? And as what you said, you know, when you went to Milan, you couldn't find a mosque. So why can't we find nice mosque in London? There's maybe like 2 or 3 big mosques. So why can't we design for mosque? And why can't it be in a prominent location? And when you kind of, well, I have to read the book, but when you mention tactical intelligence, I find that when you combine these different identities within an urban block, I think that the intelligence and adaptation to the space will continue from there. And I think that architecture, in that sense, yes, it cannot solve everything, but it can kind of get things started and create a framework for it to kind of happen organically.
No, I'm on board with you. I guess it's precisely that question of how much is enough, right? Like, how much is enough to you know, to not like denude the very qualities of the communities or you know, of like communities overlapping that I think you very, you know, acutely like described, right? So I'm not arguing that don't build any mosques at all, but yeah, I mean, it's a provocative project, you know, in relation to that. But you know, there is again this like paradoxical potential where, you know, if you go too far, you sort of end up killing the thing that you love, right? Like, or the thing that you admire and respect. So exactly how do you, you know, to what extent? And I again, I might be wrong, but you know, it's like 50% might be a wall and 50% might be something completely different. And then again, like maybe sometimes you have to play the position of power, you know, to almost like like a double negative or something like that. I'm speaking partly in abstractions, but it's just because it's a really interesting project. But I think, anyway, tactics and strategies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think just to pick up on that for me is that, the essential element of controllability and co-optability. And what's so interesting at Nine Elms is you have the kind of US embassy, which has this kind of hyper extreme where a hedge isn't a hedge, where it's on a mound, so it's super exposed. So you can't use any sort of traditional elements in any kind of normal way. Before you know it, someone's asking you to move on. Everything's too clean, everything's too pristine. And actually, what you think is a lake is actually a moat. What you think is an embassy is actually a castle in the sky in this kind of bizarre way. What you think is an entrance is actually an exit. Everything's kind of inverted, but also totally over-controlled. And so it looks like a thing, but it's totally unco-optable. It has no fluidity, no flexibility to be anything else or used for anything else. And my minimal experience of being around there is actually, all the kind of leftover spaces around the building works is where the interesting stuff's happened, where you're getting gatherings of, the food carts for the contractors. You're getting the kind of communities coming around, the kids gathering in certain sort of the more co-optable leftover spaces, which is maybe a bit of an obvious point, but I think, in terms of thinking, and especially in the way they control the underground entrances, for example, with the high-pitched noise that only the teenagers can hear, or they're playing classical music to change, kids don't want to hang out there because it's got classical music playing. So there's something interesting where you can control that co-optability through sound and the sort of informality and a deliberate fluidity. So finding that balance of control where it's the leftover, it's thinking also more kind of, experientially of the sound, the pollution, where it's too polluted, people can't hang out, where it's too loud, you can't do certain activities. And maybe controlling some of those elements so you can have a kind of co-optable neutrality, which isn't like sort of this sort of fake neutrality that you get in the US embassy. And I mean, in some ways that reminds me of, and particularly to pick up on what Shaeron was saying is, in Calais in the jungle, it was fascinating kind of fluid mosques where you'd get this kind of assembly of people just coming out of the forest and at the edge of the forest at certain times for prayer. An incredibly moving experience. And it felt, like a space, a sort of religious experience was certainly happening there. And then it would just dissipate and disappear and it was back to forest. And similarly with some of the sort of camps there where you've got, these tents of people hiding in the forest, where at nighttime they'd have their own little small communities, and then they dissipate and hide the things over, through bushes, around trees. So the community would move but return, but always be fluid, and it was constantly shifting. So that element of sort of controllability within the neutrality, and that sense of sort of I think the importance of the experiential, of the cover, the sound, the air. Yeah. So really interesting elements in your project, really, really fascinating questions it raises. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it.
Shaeron, we've got to move on. I'll just conclude by saying it's one thing to bring intelligence and dexterity and discernment to the site analysis, which I know is very important to the brief. Another to bring all the same things to the proposal itself. And I think it's really impressive work. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you one thing before we moved on, which was maybe just to ask what you're doing this year and whether any of these ideas are continuing.
I am always interested in the more social side of things, but I'm keeping it open for now, I think. We'll see.
Great, thank you.
Before we take a break, we have one more presentation from first year. So we're not going in any kind of order today. We've jumped from PhD to diploma, and now to the world of Monia and her team, Eunsoo Jang presenting the Num Yum Tower.
Hello, my name is Eunsoo Jang, and I'm in the second year right now. And today I'm going to present three projects which I did in the first year. For the first project in term one, through the case study, which is a public sector grill by Angelo Bianchetti, I produced the plans model and timeline diagram. The main point was that I need to imagine how people can use this space and how long they can stay, which means I considered the interaction between people and space. This building was initially built in 1959 and located in between Milan and South Italy. So there is a chance to have a mixed regional characters, which is north and the south. So after research, I also drew plans and sections and elevation of original building. Through this series of a process, I could understand basic language of architectural drawings. Based on drawings, I made a 1 to 200 size of a model, and it could help me to understand the building more exactly. And in the end, I drew the timeline diagrams while I imagined how people used the space. In this diagram, I firstly divided the 3 general groups, such as people who want to stay short in orange color section, and people who want to stay longer in pink color section, and steps who work there in blue color section. And through each character of users, I could speculate their circulation and time to stay. For the last work in this project, I also was thinking what kind of positive effects they could have. In the end, around 4 things such as advertisement effect, economic benefit, spacious parking space, interaction between 2 reasons had been caused by this building. And for the second project, through research of the 2 case study, I produced a detailed plan and section drawings in the end. Since the subject is relevant with social housing, I was thinking how people can live together and separate at the same time in this situation when it is expensive house price, crowded cities. Before I started making my own design, I studied about 2 social housing buildings. Firstly, La Borda, designed by Lacolle, which is in Barcelona. And secondly, Super L by Bruthard, which is in Aisins in France. In diagram, I mainly divided the 2 color code. Red one is a private space and blue one is a communal area to show how they are composed and their interactions. Also, through several categories such as location, composition of the buildings, circulation, and so on, I could understand the basic concept of the buildings and could be applied to the final design. For the next, I needed to research the users who is going to live in final building and specify more deeply. When I studied Korean single mothers and elderly people who live alone, their condition of life is unstable. So I wanted to provide the safe and reliable spaces for them. At the same time, I suppose if they live together, there will be positive expectancy effect. This is a detail of a family type, which explains their age, personalities, interests, and more things. After I decided the users, I tested several iterations of a space to achieve final design. There were restrictions. For example, I should keep long, rectangular shape without any windows. So I should put all space which people leave both ends. So in the end, I drew 1 plan and 1 section with detailed furniture, which users might use. It could be very helpful to understand the interaction between users and the space. So for the last project, it was as a group work, we were aiming to make a series of images and produce a video with redesigning Cedric Price's proposal. He suggested the abandoned Thames port to be vitalized through redesigning and give a role in each building. So among 6 buildings, we took charge of the third building to interpret in futuristic way, which has cooking facilities, a cinema, and sailing pontoon, toilet pod, and equipment for smoking fish. And while we were researching these buildings and program, we found one common feature, which is smoke. And then by using this, we designed the Yeomnam Tower and imagined a virtual situation, which is in this era, people consume not only a physical food, but also a spiritual food. On top of a physical fulfillment, people look for spiritual fulfillment as well. We provide an opportunity to experience both in Tower 3 Yeomnam Tower. And there is our new definition of what is yum and nam. So yum is literally food. On the other hand, nam is a combination of scent and smoke. This is our one of the this is our one of the final result storyboard. And before I explain the process of the project, I would like to show our final result, the video. And it's 1.5 minutes. Please enjoy. Sorry, can you hear the sound of the video?
Not quite yet.
A hungry couple is heading toward the
Yeomnam
Tower, guided by the smoke visible from far away. The heat produced from the bottom animates this tower. The crystallized secretion of microbes are accumulated to form a porous chunk, embracing the original building. Inside the kitchen, glass pipes and the cooking machine together are producing yum, a physical food. A huge ventilator inhales every smoke that is produced while cooking, and the smoke flows upward to be purified. On the reverse space, people stroll around. Look at the drones delivering a scent for them. This is a toy depot, a depot of scents from all over the world. People choose the scents they want to experience, and this man chose the scents of city soul. This is a smoking room, where people experience nam, which is the spiritual food.
Warm, blurry. The nam is covering my entire body and my spirit. I am smoked by the air of soul, full and satisfied.
He comes back to the space of reality. A shape, a form of the tower, is a program itself. He climbs up, and he arrives to the theater where glowing hologram figures appears and smoke. Yeomnam Tower is full of fulfilled people.
As you will watch the video, you could realize that we reinterpreted old programs from his suggestion to these revised programs, such as the space of producing yum, for the film by hologram projection on smoke, transporting scent pontoon for boats, storage for scent capsules, and smoking people instead of a fish to preserve memory. Also, to enlighten the program, we also made this diagram to give an idea of a people, circulation of smoke, and scent while it explains the location of each program. And then through these several collages, we could specify programs and visualize the general shape of the building. After decided the whole shape, also we specify the technologies in each area to give more reality. For example, in space of the heat source area, we considered using the artificial sun. In the cooking area, there is a toxic substance filter in toilet pot and smoking room, there are machine learning technology and combining sense modules respectively. This is a detailed technologies from aqua farm to kitchen. At the bottom of the building, there is aqua farm, and to purify and give more bubble to seawater, there is a new technology, which is tidal plant combined with machine producing bubbles. And it uses data centers technology to classify species in pipe area. In the kitchen, it is divided into 3 sections: area of thermal transformation and physical transformation and ventilation. While we were designing the building, we also considered organic and reusable material. So as you can see, bioconcrete is used in the whole structures, and weathered steel and aerogel are used for the building. And there is a detailed explanation of each material. This is the material test before we've decided our final materials. Next, in this section, and plan modeling, we wanted to show details of the programs and the depth. So, this is a human and smoke circulation, and which can explain more clearly how people can circulate space and smoke also. Finally, here is a series of a process of a fixed design of a building and produced a series of images. Based on diverse hand drawing sketches, we could find and decide which scenes can deliver purpose of a program. After testing scenes with sketches and renderings, we finally decided and designed a series of images. These are references which we used. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunsoo. Really great to see that range of work, all media, all levels of analysis. First year is an amazing space, and I know its assignments are dense. Looking at the whole, though, I wonder if you can remind us where you were in front of coming to the AA and what brought you to first year. It would help us get a sense of who you are and how to read this first year of progress.
You mean like what I've learned from the first year?
Oh gosh, no, we can tell that. Where were you before you came to the AA, and what were your interests that led you?
Sorry. I I've graduated the visual communication design in Korea, and then but I realized that I'm really interested in the designing the space and especially the architecture. So that's why I decided to study a bit more about the architecture in the AA. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to the jury.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you very much for it's a fascinating project and lots of interesting development. What does your building sound like? And connected to that, what sort of activities do you imagine happening there, which you haven't programmed for in terms of, the primary element you're saying is about smell, but, you've got these very complicated, interesting weaving parts. So I'm intrigued. What do you imagine it sounding like, and what else do you think will happen there?
I just want to make sure. You mean maybe in this space, what kind of sounds happen? Basically, we thought, it's quite a bit, how do I say, echoing, but we thought also that makes a bit that atmosphere much more fully experienced that experience, I think, in that space. So yeah, that's what we thought about the sound at the moment. Yes.
Because there's something really interesting about the sort of insane opulence of your spaces to achieve this aim of sort of capturing these momentary smells at certain points. And in some ways, this project's this kind of beautiful antithesis to virtual reality and augmented reality, whereas this is sort of completely illogical series of spaces in a very positive sense, with very intense experiences of the olfactory, but also the acoustic, inevitably, I think, because of all the different materials which are quite hard you're using, and the kind of very complex echoing curves that are going to create, very, very different experiences depending on who's using it, whether it's a bunch of kids running around, a date night, people are going on, people lingering and lurking around, or it's packed with school kids. I think that is super interesting that you have, in an age when we're moving more and more into the two-dimensional and the isolated mental world of VR and AR, something which is really celebrating the opulence of the haptic and the sensual in every way. And even the fact that externally it appears as this quite symmetrical object, but then you go inside and it's this total labyrinth, completely unexpected, I think. I think that's really intriguing.
Yeah, there is a reason we've decided that shape, because to accelerate and also to capture the smoke until this end of the part. That's why we wanted to make that the final shape a bit kind of curved to make it the smoke until captured that part a lot to project the 4D the screening things. That part is actually the theater and the cinema. So we thought we might need a lot of smoke in this space. So maybe if we can produce the smokes from the down part, and then if we just bring them all in this space, they might gonna a bit have a much more better situation for the cinema and theater. So that's why we decided this kind of shape.
But I think that's what particularly interesting, that you set it up with the sort of end point and the kind of accumulation of this building being a kind of 4D cinema. But actually, I think that's going to be the moment of maximum disappointment, where it really makes you realize, you're probably going to draw people in because they want, this idea of a 4D cinema. Wow, that sounds so cool and amazing. But actually, it's that reality of getting back to the haptic and the sensual, and the olfactory and the auditory that will really kind of, I think, reinstigate the importance of presence and bodily presence and physical presence that is just not mimicable or replaceable by any kind of virtual technology and projective technology of any sort, at least in short term. So yeah, a very interesting set of questions you raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
A fascinating range of work to echo both Mark Morris and Mark Bree's points. Really impressed with the level of detail in all three projects, but especially in the second one where you're thinking about housing and shelter. And I thought how relevant today, when we spend most of our days into our homes doing everything, kind of thinking about how these spaces could begin to expand the traditional typology of a unit, and how corners become so important to let light and allow the spaces to be programmed. So I was very kind of curious about those drawings, and whether or not you thought the middle of the apartment was redundant in some ways, because it seemed to me that the typology evolves around these beautiful corners that you have in the plan that are glazed, and then the middle begins to elongate in some ways. So I thought that these drawings are kind of beautifully illustrated, so much life and intensity in them. You should be very proud of them. But I also thought that there was typologically something very interesting about the way that he thought about the variations.
I just want to piggyback off that. I found the whole thing extremely enjoyable, and like to think this is you did all that in 1 year is quite extraordinary. And I particularly love, it's like you have this capacity to get down to extraordinary grain of obsessive detailing, which I think says a lot about who you are, about what you're interested in, and hopefully what you're going to do in the future. And to me it's a really exemplary first year portfolio or presentation, because it's not just a display of all the skills that you've learned, but I think there's a lot of wit in there, there's a lot of playfulness, and but also intelligence and care. And so I just like super enjoyed it. I really liked the first project. There was, because you're sort of reading something that's existing, and I loved your reading. And so in a way that could have been done by 3 different people, but I think that's great. Why not be 3 different people in your first year? As David Bowie says, the best thing about getting older is you eventually become who you're meant to be. So early on you should be everyone else. And so I just really loved it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just to chime in very quickly, I kind of echo everyone else's comments. I think it was a really kind of lovely progression of your work, and also the fact that it was centered around the human experience and the user experience in all of these different factions, especially the first project, which like buildings along motorways and buildings that are kind of built in transit for people in transit can seem like really like stale things to observe, but they're actually super interesting places if you're looking into like human behavior and like urban practice and things like that. And I think you captured that really, really well. And that theme of really like going into a kind of a proper appreciation and understanding of the human experience that exists within these different architectural projects, I think was really good, really, really well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would say just briefly on top of that, I think that you've got down to a level that is incredibly detailed, and I think I would suggest maybe next year or this year, focusing on maybe questioning those things a little bit more. So, for example, the first project, you're looking at sort of what spaces are commonly used, how long people stay. Well, what would make them stay longer? Or what would drive them out? Just really getting a real like understanding of that. And again, I guess in the second project, you're talking about sort of mothers and children and older people working together. Okay, so you've got all this detail in there about this specific house. Well, what would change to make it different, or what could make it better? Maybe just start asking yourself those questions, kind of push that thinking even further. And then again, in the third project, like for me, for example, I might think that smoke in a building is slightly problematic for a variety of reasons. So maybe thinking about, okay, if smoke is somewhat problematic in a building, what else can you use to create that that same experience, or that same, to activate the senses in another way? Like, what else could you do? And I think you've shown that you are, incredibly detailed in your work and as well creative in your thinking. And I guess I would just suggest to you, just try to push it that extra step to say, well, if I did this slightly differently, or what could I do differently to achieve maybe sort of similar results that I'm looking for, or how do I flip this on its head, and what would happen if I did? And then take the skill that you have to then take it to that next level. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, honestly, like after I finished my first year, and then when I see my the first project again, it feels like, oh my God, I need to ask myself a lot of things, and then try to find, and then try to deep in more detail, and then try to imagine the more detailed situation. Yeah, those questions and thinking reminds in my mind. So yeah, I think it's really, really good point, and then I will push it for it. Yeah, from this year. Thank you.
I was just curious, Eunsoo, what are you doing this year? My usual question, and how does it take some of the amazing ideas, but also skills that you developed in first year forward?
Sorry, can you ask me again?
Oh, I was just wondering, what are you doing this year, and how some of these amazing ideas and skills that you developed in first year, like how are you taking those forward?
Which unit are you in?
Yeah, my unit is 14, and then basically I've learned the skills how to draw architecture drawings, and then I speculate those various situations of users, and then the people who might live in my my architecture, maybe my building. So maybe I can imagine those situations more deeply, and then try to think about more in a sensitive way, I guess, and try to solve those questions which I was questioning myself. So I try to solve those questions through in the second year in my Unit 14.
Thanks. Well, we can't wait to see what you do this year. There's some links for you in the chat that Shumi has posted for you for some graphic references. So don't forget to check those out.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so I think also thanks to the first year team who just do amazing work and have set you up for, I'm assuming, an incredible year this year. So many thanks to Monia and her team. We're going to take a break. I promised one. In these here online times, it's important to segment. So let's take a 15-minute break. We'll meet at 20 past. And if you do check the election, some things have changed while we've been talking. So good on you. See you in 15. And thanks to Seth, who was with us this morning, to Victoria and Schumann. We'll be greeting some new critics, but holding on to Katie and Mark, and Victoria will rejoin us, and Melissa's with us through the day. So hats off to all, and see you shortly. Welcome everyone to part 2 of the AA Open Jury for Term 1. We've had a terrific morning looking across projects from first year experimental, diploma, and PhD. This afternoon, we get to look at a postgraduate program, Sign and Make, a very beautiful project from Wyatt. Yoav will present his project from Diploma 19, Wayring, Birmingham's Plan for a Walk. Judi will present a cross-cultural Limbo, her work from Experimental 10. And it'll be a pleasure to see Russell offer his project from Diploma 12, the Choreum. I want to introduce 2 fresh critics to the afternoon session. Hilla Shemer is a Tel Aviv and London-based architect, journalist, critic, and researcher. She's also a unit master of Diploma Unit 8. Her research focuses on the relation between language, space, the visual and conceptual narratives of architecture. An amazing writer, Hilla, and it's great to have you here. Her partner in the unit, David McCalmont, recording artist, lyricist, teacher, unit master, creator of Girl, Boy, Child, a collaboration with the University of Leicester and the National Trust. He is author of Portrait of a Black Queer Briton, the inaugural Berto Pasuka Lecture at London's National Portrait Gallery. A new unit, and in Diploma, everything is its own world. So we look forward to getting to know both of you better as we have our discussions this afternoon. And I'm pleased to welcome back Manajay, Katie, Mark. Akil will be joining us. Is Akil here yet? So Akil Scaife-Smith will be joining us in a bit, and we'll kick off. Victoria, as I said, will be back. Melissa's with us again, and it's great to have everyone here. So over to you, Russell. We look forward to your presentation.
The Choreum is a practice which exposes the spatial qualities of ethnographic artifacts created by and enacted through their value system. Liberated from the museum, these cultural, social, economic, and spiritual values start from the object outwards, occupying the space of the individual, of the collective, to the town and city scale and beyond, connecting diasporic communities. In the context of ongoing discussions surrounding decolonization and repatriation, the Choreum is here to reinstate the power of the artifact, rewilding it to a now foreign context by working on behalf of present-day source communities to produce new spatial configurations. These disrupt our current conservatism towards the preservation of the physical artifact, our desires to own the authentic, exotic original, and which embraces the variability of present-day source communities. This starts by working on behalf of those source communities and returning the artifact's name. In 3 Mills Studio, a one-to-one mock-up of the British Museum Sainsbury's Gallery has been constructed. The walls, display cases, benches and lights are taped out on the floor in their respective colours. Beside these, a pop-up rehearsal studio, a motion capture stage and the Choreum frame provide a custom-built space facilitating rehearsals, community meetings, the displaying of models and documents. Rehearsals will establish the movements that re-empower the artifact, the procession removing the endemi from its vitrine along with its reductive caption and its replinthing with its associated uniform and long-form description, where it will remain for 3 years. In addition, highly detailed mock-ups of display cases are covered in capulana fabric, with the proxy Benin bronzes protected by museum barriers. To the side of this space, platform stage modules are in production, using rammed earth and covered in soil imported over 7,000 miles from the Mweda Plateau, southern Tanzania. Atop an assembled stage, at the centre of this activity, the Mapiko dancer smashes a copy of the Endymion rehearsal, one of several 3D printed from scans that has undergone this process. The Choreum has worked with this source community over 12 weeks, at the end of which the choreography and staging will be mapped onto the museum gallery space. The original endemi will be smashed in front of a crowd of visitors, hitting them with the debris of the Mapiko costume. As the Makonde community gather hurriedly around the performer and the identity of the dancer is concealed, the 3-year life cycle of the Mapiko mask will be complete, the artifact suitably honoured, its power and spatial implications partially restored in the culmination of these rehearsals and in the memories of its witnesses. The documentation of this will be dispersed among museums in possession of endemi across the world, resulting in the overlapping of 3-year initiation cycles and the smashing of endemi masks according to these newly established protocols. Already, at the edge of this space, the Brooklyn Museum Gallery is beginning to be taped out. In mediating the museum's interactions, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols, and providing instructions, the Choreum will lay waste to curatorial practices which have inhibited, claimed, and homogenized the cultural products of Africa. Ubuntu is a war club, 4 of which formed a part of the Tridescent collection at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. Originating from the Carib or Kalinago community of the Greater and Lesser Antilles, its source is difficult to define with little research available, resulting in an incomplete understanding of its value system. But this offers the current source communities, groups practicing forms of stick fighting, a blank slate. In the rehearsal studio, stick fighting experts and members of the Caribbean diaspora were brought together to look at ways that the Butu may be incorporated into a new pan-Caribbean sport. The Ashmolean Museum offered research connecting the source community with museums in Munich and Florence, while the Choreum provided costume designers, architects, graphic designers, and choreographers as tools for the source community's cause, ensuring that all output falls under their explicit ownership to be adapted, altered, and built upon by them. With these expertise to hand, the source communities created uniforms, branding, and stage designs in keeping with current craft and construction processes. The uniforms and sheaths took inspiration from costumes created for Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, alongside the wear of Kalinago communities. The crests drew inspiration from materials and artifacts that continue to be used today, the cassava squeezer and the ruku plant, as well as important historical artifacts, pottery fragments, and the decorative garters. Taped out on the rehearsal stage is the 9x9 meter stick fighting ring in green and yellow, the Gael or calendar ring where stick fighting dances emerged from in red, and the outermost ring giving the 11x11 meter dimensions for the Choreum's proposal in black. As in all of our workshops, a motion capture stage was vital for formalizing the stances, generating new protocols for the usage of the butu. Further beyond this, the Choreum stage design can be seen in construction with pieces easily attached to the existing stick fighting stage, with lengths of woven fabric which may change colour, print or pattern, connecting the platform to the base and encouraging wider participation. The butu, formerly without community, is returned to use, preserved through new spatial configurations, new materiality, destruction, and most importantly, continued usage. In mediating the museum's interactions, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols, providing instructions, and ensuring ownership of output, the Choreum will facilitate Caribbean voices superseding fallacious colonial narratives. A few miles away in Clandon Park, Guildford, a truck is being loaded with the many Maori carvings which make Hinamihi, a meeting house constructed from carvings imbued with ancestral spirit. Moments ago, she sat in Lord Onslow's garden, where she had been since being sold to his great-great-grandfather for £50 in the late 19th century. Here, where the source community is active and has protocols written into New Zealand's laws regarding the treatment of their tonga, sacred objects, the Choreum has been tasked with both ensuring that the protocols surrounding the care of Hinamihi are upheld and that she travels safely. Initial rehearsals for this utilised a sacrificial version of one of her carvings, and in moving it we could see when and where Maori protocols would come into play and what additional equipment, people and protocols would be needed. As a result of this exploration, plastizote casings were CNC'd in our workshop space as the carvings will be placed in the dining room of a container ship, with supports designed by the Choreum, positioning them as a proxy meeting house for the 54-day journey from the UK to New Zealand. As such, a second step of spiking or the taping out of the container ship one-to-one was necessary, allowing us to configure Hinamihi in a way that would maintain her relationship and meaning in accordance with her original plan and Maori protocols. In the workshop, we utilised the studio's hydraulic platform to simulate the movement of the ship, with sacrificial copies of all carvings used to ensure that our designs function as desired. We could then denote how many people would be needed to move each carving, with at least one Maori representative present at all times, and with any non-Maori members wearing gloves. Shown in this matrix instruction is the order of placement and the number of Maori conservators and helpers needed, to be accompanied by a visual instruction booklet of handling procedures highlighting the importance of non-Maori maintaining protocols. The secondary function of this design recognised that no plan was in place for the life of Hinamihi once she reached Tauranga, with Maori diaspora both in New Zealand and elsewhere expressing the need for places to meet. The scaffold system will be recycled alongside a series of large concertina panels, allowing for a temporary extending meeting house which can be easily adapted to the size of the diaspora. This step further empowers her, placing her in relation to the constellation of buildings that form a marae, a complex of carved buildings and grounds that belongs to a particular iwi, tribe, hapu, subtribe, or whenua family. These include small pavilions for cooking and eating, called wharakai, a changing room and store utilising the same panelling. In the creation of this complex, Hinamihi will be preserved through the continuation of protocols surrounding its usage, transferring over time and space from one whenua or family to another. In mediating the conservators' interactions, upholding existing protocols, gathering the necessary expertise, choreographing protocols and providing instructions, the Choreum will normalise the observance of non-Maori protocol. The tables resulting from our workshops visualize how we change the current museological choreographies that surround cultural objects, confronting the destructive architecture of handling, observing, and labeling. By removing them, accumulating the necessary expertise, and providing these spaces, communities are free to explore their existing protocols or to invent new ones, ensuring that the museum is just a momentary pause in the extended life of cultural objects. The Choreum is not following the trend of decolonizing institutions, nor the current repatriation process where artifacts often end up in museums in their source countries. Instead, we look to architecture and performance as tools for reclamation and the creation of new cultural spaces and systems, superseding current frameworks from the scale of the individual to the networked collective. Whether the original is maintained is the source's decision, with our expertise and energy focused on interpreting the social, economic, cultural, and spiritual values of the artifact today. Where Indigenous voice has been largely absent, the architect must perform an altruistic role, becoming part of a larger support system, letting go of dated art historical or architectural references to invest wholeheartedly in the desires of the source community. In opposition to a dreary public consultation, the Choreum ensures that the source community's values take pride of place, their knowledge and connection to their artifacts transcending the tangible material world that our profession limits us to. This is not a 12-month student project, it is an ongoing practice, and I would like to invite you all, architects, curators, designers and more, to join this cause, to work with your communities, or to extend your reach further, proposing novel protocols that bring these important cultural objects back into circulation.
It's not over until Belinda's finished the video. Okay, good. Thank you, Russell. I think we can open the floor. I was caught off guard by your last statement that this project is not a 12-month object, but a practice. I would hope every project, in a way, is, but particularly one in your final year at the AA. I mean, I think that's a marvelous thing to say about a work, or indeed what a practice means coming out of the AA. So I hope we can unpack that, but more importantly, your project, which has many layers. So over to the jurors. Who wants to kick off?
Russell, I was really fascinated by this project. I just think it's a really incredible idea. And I'm just curious, have you had any conversations with people who might be able to implement this or start to work with you on this? I'm curious kind of where you're at.
Yeah, so quite soon after graduating,
Oh no, did we lose you?
I contacted a few that happened, which was pushed by my tutor Daisy for a feature in the Museums of the Future report, which has been done for the UK and the Republic of Ireland, and was presented literally a few days ago to the Museums Association. And then next to that, I'm potentially working with the Horniman Museum to look at the way that they write their proposals, to look at the way that they send out their documents for researchers to work with them, but also how they interact with the communities. But I'm quite keen to work more directly with communities rather than via the museum, which is the way that I think I currently have to do it at the moment. Yeah.
Fantastic. And have you thought about kind of the business model behind this as well?
I figured out what the best way to approach it is. And within the project, I was kind of looking at the idea of a within without approach. Then get in contact with the communities, I would need to use these institutions first. And then perhaps in doing high working that would be more attractive for those communities in a way kind of and communities as my clients almost.
Russell, your internet is like maybe a bit, your connection is a bit bad, so maybe it helps to turn off your camera when you're speaking. Just
okay. Yeah, sure.
Hear you. Sorry.
We did
No,
get
that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
We could hear what you said, but it was just cutting in and out. So
you're saying you're working with, so your main goal is to have the communities be your client essentially, and then helping them with the works. Is that right?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
You're saying that the community is your client and that you're hoping to work with them with regard to the works.
Yeah, precisely. So ideally, the community and or the artifact are my clients. And in the case where there's a community that is not established or perhaps not interested, my idea really is to look at the artifact as a product, to look at it as a product that can be repitched to a community, to kind of create a new interest in it, in its possibilities, as as something that could be reused or reanimated in some way. That's the idea. That's my kind of hope for this.
Russell, can I ask, was your project always going to be in the direction of a film, the presentation, I mean, where everything is incorporated? I mean, I thought it was very striking, some of the drawings featured within the film and the segues, the handheld effects, etc. Or did you convert to a full film presentation owing to what we saw coming with summative assessments and having to do this online? Because of course your format reads incredibly well today. If we were all together in the lecture hall, we'd be looking at a monitor perhaps. But how early on were you dedicated to that medium of communication?
So throughout the project, I was trying to find a kind of appropriate way of presenting the work. And it didn't seem to me to work as a kind of conventional architecture portfolio. If I wanted to show this to a museum, if I wanted to show this to a community, it needed to kind of have something tangible. It needed to have a certain quality to it in order to communicate these ideas. And so I did start off working in kind of sections and elevations and kind of drawing people in museums and how far they might stand from a museum case and how I might draw the spirit of an artifact, how I could dimension that, all these kinds of things that you don't grasp in a museum context. But yeah, it was just a case of what was the appropriate way to make this film to communicate with the people that I wanted to communicate with. And so it happened fairly early on. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to welcome Akil Scaife-Smith to the jury. I introduced Seth earlier. Just to remind, both Seth and Akil are directing Experimental Unit 4 and part of the Resolve Interdisciplinary Collective. Welcome.
Russell, thank you for such a provocative project, both in terms of content and representation, as Mark just pointed out. It's fascinating that you want to take this out of the realm of a project and into the real world. And I guess the first question that I would have is, how do you begin to define what artifacts are worth the community's attention? And how do you begin to select those and kind of craft the narratives that are behind them? And then the second part of the question would be, are you interested at all in artifacts that are already in museums that maybe belong into older cultures that, are not here anymore? And how would you think that we should address those artifacts that are already, imprisoned, according to your video, in the museums?
So earlier in the year, I bought from eBay, actually, around 20 artifacts that were originally from Grenada, where my grandfather's from. And they were taken by a guy in the 1960s from one of the most looted Arawak or Kalinago sites in the Caribbean. And largely, because of the slave trade and the legacy of that,
a lot of the kind of pre-Columbian and pre-slave trade artifacts are kind of largely ignored. There's not much interest in them. The museums for them are kind of not very well funded, and not very attended. They don't have a high attendance rate. And so part of what I did this year was looking at ways of reincorporating those artifacts into present day festivities. So designing carnival costumes, for example, or looking at present day communities that might use similar objects today that might find a use for them. So I don't think it matters as such whether the community exists or not. It's more about reframing how the museum works and how the museum could function more on behalf of those communities, and more so on kind of reanimating these artifacts in a way that pushes them back into the public realm, into the public eye. So I could see myself working with objects that no longer have clearly identifiable source communities, as well as kind of more contemporary objects that have fallen out of use. I don't think it kind of stops or starts and ends with communities that are still existing. At the same time, I feel that it's not enough to say, what am I trying to say? I feel like there's certain objects that are more popular. And so if we think of, the Elgin marbles or anything from Egypt, these are kind of pushed to the forefront because they're attractive, they produce the blockbuster shows, etc. But the British Museum, the Pitt Rivers Museum, many museums have endless archives of unopened boxes, dusty objects that I think are really waiting to be opened, are kind of waiting to be given back, to be reanimated. And really it's our responsibility as creatives to inspire the reuse of those objects. We can do that as easily as we can, sell a bottle of water and package it to make it attractive. We can do that for objects and really create something, fantastic.
Hi, Russell, and thank you for a striking presentation. I congratulate you as well for thinking about the future of this project and the motivation to make it bigger after your studies. I think it really, or after the year, I think it really means that your heart is in the right place regarding this project. And when you started to speak, I was reminded of the time that I listened to the podcast of The History of the World in 100 Objects. Are you familiar with it? It's by Neil McGregor.
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember, I think it starts with a mummy and ends with the solar lamp, right?
Mm-hmm,
If I'm not mistaken. So that's quite a vain exercise, I thought, to kind of try to describe the history of all civilization in 100 objects. But being Neil McGregor, of course, was the curator of the museum for a long time, and he narrated it. And I remember listening to it and trying to not look at the object before listening to him describe it and kind of try to envision what the object could be. And I was always surprised by what it looked like at the end, because it wasn't at all anything I could have come up with in my imagination at the end. And I think something similar happened to me in your presentation with the second object. I thought it was much, much smaller, like a little fan. And then when it was on the suit, it was much larger, and I really enjoyed it. And I thought it was embracing this imagination that I was triggered by listening to the podcast, and I really liked it. And I agree that museums shouldn't be cemeteries of objects. I like the idea that we're recirculating them back into civilization. And I think working with communities sounds really interesting. I think maybe even trying to trigger different communities and how they see these objects. So kind of doing have you thought of doing a survey of taking one object and doing a survey across the world, seeing what people can imagine it to be, and then I don't know, see where it takes you in regards to their culture. I think that could be interesting. Because I remember when with the mummy, for example, I was like, that's a mummy that's going to be surprised when it wakes up one day in the British Museum, you know? This is not where it thought it would end up. And they were buried with everything that was triggering that was supposing they would wake up one day. You know, they had lamps with them and animals that were supposed to show them the way, and maps. They were buried with maps of heaven. So if these were objects that were intended to come alive, to kind of, become alive again, you're actually doing that with objects that weren't intended to ever leave or ever come back. So I think it's really an interesting idea. So yeah, just that question about, sorry, I'm a bit nervous, but I would like to hear from you if that's a research idea that you thought about, to kind of put it out there and see what people come up with.
Yeah. So with another girl who graduated this year, Imanda too, we are working together to kind of bring these objects out into the public, and to also kind of highlight ways that we could actually start changing museums, rather than kind of sitting and having kind of conversations, because it seems like at the moment there's a lot of dialogue but not a lot of the doing part. And so what we've looked at is trying to make more transparent ways of complaining, amending and claiming artifacts, and pushing this out, and seeing how people would like this process to work. And if it could work, what could they or what would they do with these objects? What would they do with these artifacts, and how would they feel would be the right way to treat them, the appropriate way to use them, if they're used at all. I think also what I should say is that I wouldn't imagine all of the artifacts kind of being reanimated necessarily. And in part of that presentation, particularly with the mask, it's about what the community wants to do at the end of the day. So if it's destroyed, it's destroyed. If it's buried, it's buried. If it's if a 3D printed copy is made, then a 3D printed copy is made. But it needs to be a discussion that's had properly with that community, and different possibilities need to be explored. Yeah.
Russell, what if they want it back?
If they want it back, then they'd take it back. But I would, at the same time, I would question that decision if it's taken back to a museum in their country. And I would just say that because I think that I'm going to segue just for a second. But earlier this week, I thought about Wakanda, and I thought about whether Wakanda would have a museum. Is a museum is that a natural progression in society? Is it a natural thing, a museum, to store, to display to a certain type of person, a certain type of public? And so to me, I would ask the community to question whether they want to take it back and put it in a museum, whether there's something else that would be more beneficial for them, and more beneficial for their community to do something else with it. And encourage that exploration, and I would ask them to look at me as a medium to do that exploration.
So you kind of answered, Russell, my next question, which is, what are your thoughts on preservation? One of the purposes of a museum is kind of to preserve artifacts that are no longer made, that reflect cultures that are far beyond us. And I'm thinking out loud here that what potentially is very interesting about your approach is that you are treating the objects as something that's possibly disposable, right? You said they can bury it, they can break it, they can duplicate it. But perhaps it's how do you begin to register the performance and the experience and the narrative And maybe that's what gets to be stored or archived in a different format. And then how do these stories become accessible to the next generations? So I was curious if you had a thought on that and the idea of how one produces and transmit knowledge and stories in this new type of museum.
So on one of the documents for the mask smashing, it kind of passes very quickly in the film, but there's a kind of no photos, logo on one of the documents. And I think that, again, in terms of documentation and whether it's a performance or whether it's part of the process, that also, again, is a discussion with the community. A lot of things were buried with the intent that they would just be buried. They were kind of laid to rest and weren't supposed to be dug up, weren't intended for display. And so I think, again, this is a discussion that needs to be had with the community, whether they want to leave something behind. And I don't think it's the museum's right to be able to say, oh, okay, we're going to do this meeting with the community and then we're going to kind of display it online as a YouTube video so that visitors and other people can see it. I think sometimes not everything is for display, not everything is for entertainment. And so that's another discussion that needs to be had with the community.
The last comment from Russell. I'd also invite a comment from any in the audience as well.
Oh yeah, could I make a comment?
Please, yes.
Hi, Russell. It was very interesting to see you in the African space in the British Museum, because it's a space that I've had a lot of complaints about. I think it was quite something to be a member of there about a year ago and to make repeated visits to the museum before I discovered where the African department was. And then you had to go deep into the museum and down the stairs into a small room where all of these different nations and cultures seem to be slammed together to make a statement about Africa, including West Indian costume, which I found very disquieting. But it's also at the British Museum around about the same time, Rodney Kelly, the Australian Aboriginal activist, came to the museum to do an intervention and stood by the Wiggle Shield and explained that the bullet hole in it was a shot from the first day. And they called the first day the day that Captain Cook landed. But I'm sure you know all of this already. I think it's really interesting, progressive architectural activism, if I can say that. I was fascinated by what you presented, not entirely clear on everything, but I'd love to hear it again. I think an amazing contact for you would be a museum activist who's professor of museum studies at Leicester University called Richard Sandell. But I thought about Rodney Kelly and I thought about Serge Atokwe's Afro-Galanism. And I thought about some of the work that Cara Walker was doing. And I think what's great about what you've produced here is that you seem to have found a constructive way through the arguments that are being had and all of the slings and arrows that are being thrown about artifacts that belong to and artifacts that have been taken. You seem to have located an architecture and a method that actually says, oh, okay, if we're going to be having this argument, what are we doing in the meantime? And it seems to me like the word that you've come up with is very much about what we're doing in the meantime. So, yeah, I'd like to chorus the congratulations on your work. I think it's really interesting. Only question I had was about what you said about artifacts, about dated artifacts. And I did wonder why it might be that you would create spaces for ritual and performance, but think that some of the artifacts that were connected to the cultures that you were working with might be anachronistic or inappropriate to those spaces.
Which part was that in?
You did say something about the point of dated artifacts in the new spaces that you're creating?
I think the dated part was in reference to dated references, and that was to do with architectural reference. Yeah, okay. So with the dated part wasn't so much about the artifacts; it was to do with the way that artifacts are approached, or the way that communities are approached, often using references that are derivative or are dated. And so we're always kind of relating, we're always kind of working with artifacts as almost artists in residence in some way. We're kind of making a derivative work or something that only speaks to the kind of surface level of that object. So it's not so much about the artifact itself, but what we're currently doing with those objects that doesn't really fulfill them in the same way that they were once fulfilled, whether that's because they had a certain architecture around them, a certain number of people around them, a series of other objects around them, and it's satisfying all of those demands of an object, of this non-human thing. That's kind of where I was going with that. I know it wasn't very clear, but yeah.
I'm going to have to call because we're going quite over time.
Sorry.
I'd like to thank Russell for the presentation and give the floor to Judi, presenting a cross-cultural Limbo, work from Experimental 10. Over to you, Judi.
Hello. So I'm Judi. I'm currently on my year out, but last year I was in Experimental 10 with Valentin and Winston. And my project explores territory and possession, and more in particular, the things that we own and we give value to based on our ownership or based on their position in our ownership. So I've also prepared more a slideshow than a film to kind of tell the story of how I got to this argument or this point of interest. So I'll share that rather than go on for too long. Okay. Do you all see QuickTime Player?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Great.
My project is entitled The Domain of Landless Property, and it has been derived from my interpretation of plot as a three-part structure of transferal. Transferal has been the unconscious underlying theme to my work throughout the year. I've broken down the mechanism of a transferal into a series of variables: the reason behind the transferal, its ease, speed, cost, risk, the mediators involved in the transferal, and finally the consensus from both parties involved. My first transferal was that of 200 members of the AA's community from 4 Morwell Street, which we are set to lose, into Bedford Square. My response to this was to utilize what I termed the untamed territories within the AA, specifically focusing on the latent exterior pockets, a series of unused courtyards and terraces. The direction I chose to take here was to move vertically, utilizing the underground to maximize space for both students and the many objects that accumulate in their workspaces. The second transfer was that of a smaller fragment of a whole, a key from its board, looking at how the keyboard could remain functional despite the removal of 60% of it. The combination of a roll of tape, sliced by another unit member named Cheer, and the fragmented keyboard resulted in the keyboard acting as a grounds for a cryptic conversation between itself and the roll of tape. Shifting to the scale of the urban, we moved to Venice. Here, I found myself exploring the extensive grounds of its civil hospital, Ospedale Paolo e Giovanni. Due to its scale, the hospital has 5 different entry points, each with its own designated hours of access, as well as restrictions based on occupation. The one that drew my attention was the emergency entrance, which cuts across the Fondamento Nuove, creating what I termed a temporal corridor, cutting across the pedestrian's path approximately 30 times per day. The temporal corridor served as a device for both privacy and ease of transport within the transferal of the patient from the arriving emergency ambulance to the entry corridor of the hospital. There was a certain element of performance to this transferal, as well as the many vectors involved in it, which I was particularly drawn to. This drove my interest in the many different forms of transplant, those of biological value whose variables may entail life or death, those of the natural realm which may permanently damage or redeem both the object and its plot, and finally, those of cultural value, whose transferal brings about the issues of ownership and consensus. In certain cases, these terms, ownership and consensus, have brought upon debates that have spanned hundreds of years and still create headlines and tension today. The nature of this debate continues to evolve as different branches rise from it, such as the issue of ownership of the virtual replicas of these objects. A technological method that could possibly thaw this debate has actually thickened it. The story of King Solomon's child and the feud between two mothers claiming its ownership was settled by the threat of the child's fragmentation, which the biological mother strictly opposed, revoking her claim to ownership in order to save the child. Is there some form of equivalence of this myth which would thaw the tensions around the possession of contested artifacts? Moving deeper into this realm, I began to list a series of these contested artifacts which still attain open cases for their possession today. I came to a list of 7 objects currently under legal calls for return. However, the number of objects in controversy far exceeds that. 5 of these 7 objects are in London today, including the focal point of the debate, the Elgin marbles, which are held in the British Museum. The nature of this debate being political, the marbles have made headlines again recently as the issue of Brexit creates room on the playing field for the Greeks to negotiate. This exploration of these landless artifacts, with heavy narratives which are embedded in physical spaces, the core of this debate, led me to questioning how a physical plot can contribute to the escalation of a narrative plot. While researching the existing UN drafts on the issue, I came to find that a committee exists dedicated to this, under the title of the Intergovernmental Committee for Promoting the Return of Cultural Property to its Country or Origin. However, this committee lacks a space for convention, and I believe a physical grounds for mediation is necessary for the escalation of this debate and its subsequent resolution. Hence, I propose a domain for landless property to serve as the headquarters of this committee. As all UN buildings become international territory, this entails that the plot where this would be situated would be on one level, neutral ground, and on the other, very much not, based on where it is located. This thought of international territory could exist anywhere. However, the majority of artifacts cited as displaced are actually in the UK, and the debate of the political aspect of the ownership of these artifacts has thickened recently due to Brexit, as mentioned. And so, a search for a point in London, which acts as a crossover between the political and the cultural, brought me to Charing Cross, which is the physical meeting point of the governmental and cultural axes of London. This crossover as axes has led to the site being a major tourist destination, shown on the map as a point crossed on every major tour bus route, whether intentionally or not. Its positioning as a backdrop to some of the most prominent cultural institutions in the city, such as the National Gallery, may cause visitors to question the nature of the objects housed in these institutions, which often term themselves encyclopedic museums, as if encyclopedic has somehow become synonymous to colonial. The act of digging downwards within the centre of London suggests that the domain would extend to the underground, the excavation of which causes a temporary interruption to the space for the length of the construction of the domain, prioritizing the transferal over the pedestrian, similar to the temporal corridor in Venice. The functions of the space itself are fragmented into a series of processes which stem from the different layers of the debate: archaeology, technology, politics, and culture. The spaces entail a digital laboratory where the topic of virtual ownership takes center stage, a maintenance lab where objects which have been subject to damage are repaired, an entry route for the transport of the artifacts into the domain, a space of convention which acts as a physical grounds for confrontation, an archive and a research facility to accommodate the study of these artifacts' provenance, which contribute to the case for their repatriation, and finally, the focal point of the project, a space for storing these artifacts until a resolution is achieved. The coexistence of these different processes is directly related to the existence of the overlapping branches of the debate for the restitution of the artifacts itself. A resolution cannot be reached if each process happens in a vacuum. There must be some level of transparency between them. The reality here is that these objects, along with the question of their ownership, rests in limbo. This quote on limbo directly influenced my approach to the design. I imagine Limbo as an extraterritoriality without walls, without corners, windows, entrances, or exits, or a blind black void that has swallowed all light and matter and threatens a sublime death, a space that looks like a giant infinity curve. The domain, in my opinion, needed to reflect this feeling of suspension, of uncertainty, which brought me back to the three-act structure of the plot. The setup, the introduction of the space for convention elevated above Charing Cross, the assembly hall acting as the pit of the debate, which echoes through the spaces suspended above. The confrontation, which is constantly occurring within the juxtaposition of the different programs against one another, visually open to the public across panes of glass which enclose the domain. A continuous ramp connects the levels to one another, creating some form of a closed-loop system. And finally, the resolution. The resolution lacks a physical manifestation, where the resolution only really lives within the narrative plot. The physical plot suggests a paradox rather than a solution, the creation of a form of purgatory for these artifacts to be housed in until said resolution is reached. This purgatory takes form in a deep underground storage space, where these objects are held until the verdict of their return is reached, or otherwise to never be seen again. The domain as a whole is in some ways a stage set, and like any stage set, could theoretically exist in any location, however, could not be unaffected by its context and its viewers. The process is a choreography of transferal. Contrary to the usual function of a transplant, this may actually put a pause on the lifespan of these artifacts rather than elongate them. The points of the intersection of the domain and the square play on the viewer's curiosity, pulling them into the space rather than barricading itself off. The elevator acts as a focal point to this choreography, cutting off the continuous spaces and in some ways breaking the possibilities of dialogue between one process and another. The act of the elevator descending downwards and returning back to the ground vacant only hints at the scale of the space underneath, suggested by the scale of the artifact being dropped into purgatory each time. The project as a whole is a response to the changing nature of ownership and the political debates at play, which historically and presently always pertain to land, but rarely play out in the physical, instead finding homes in virtual arguments, syllables in black ink on paper and screens. The act of unsolicited transferal in the domain of land as property is an attempt at translating these many walls which arise when debates play out in the virtual into a space where they may be broken down in the physical. Thank you.
Thank you, Judi.
Thank you.
This follows quite nicely some themes established in the conversation with Russell. So I think we're on to some momentum in conversation. So off to the jurors. We'll pick up here. Mark.
Could you talk a bit more about keeping the location in the UK, in the centre of London? I mean, you mentioned that there's sort of the symbolic crossing point, right. But I mean, the fact that it's still in a political nation state rather than some sort of non-place or neutral territory, I find very interesting. The fact you're burying them underground, you talk about it as this lowering into purgatory. If you could speak a bit more to that, that'd be great.
Definitely. So I think originally what I was trying to look at was how to turn this debate, which I felt like the deeper I dug, the more I uncovered about how deep and how long this has actually been going, and how to take that from pen and paper or from our screens and bring it to the forefront of where it's actually happening. So I feel that I could have situated it in a no place or a no man's land, and I did for a long time play with this idea of international territory, like where the UN claims a plot and that suddenly becomes immune to the laws of whatever nation it's in. But I thought it would be even more interesting to think that we place this physical confrontation in the heart of the problem almost. So rather than push it far from the source, we actually bring them like face to face with one another. So Trafalgar Square, the center of culture, the point where every tourist in London, but also many locals, crosses at one point or another, it's almost unavoidable. And I think unavoidable is what I was aiming for in a way.
Because it's really interesting where it then becomes this kind of performance, and it becomes this sort of, I mean, the way also you represent it is almost like an auction house, a kind of socio-political auction house where the lot is raised up and then there's the bidding. and then it sort of disappears, and then you're not quite sure whether it's gone to this country or that country, or it's just forever out of.
I think one of the jurors made a comment to Russell's project where we are mentioning how we should be questioning the processes that surround these artifacts and not just housing them to be admired, but more looking at what are the cycles they're actually a part of. And I thought elevating the cycles they're actually a part of or broadcasting them like a performance is kind of a turn on the table where we're used to displaying them. We're used to paying and traveling to see them. Whereas actually these processes that are now coming into play in like this day and age are not at the forefront in the same way. So they're not seen as part of a mechanism, they're seen as these independent objects. So I was trying to play on that in a way.
Because I think that then that controlling that performance of the whole process for, you know, the layman, the public, I think is super important and super interesting. I think, you know, where you could see it sort of this abstract thing almost half in storage, but then you're also seeing the performance of the debate around it. And then how it's, then what happens with that void from where it's taken is also really, really significant, I think. Because I mean, I'm sure you've obviously been to Parthenon, where it's, you know, they explicitly have the empty cases waiting for the Elgin marbles to return. And
yeah, like that's a statement in itself. Sorry to have interrupted you, but yeah, what you mentioned is exactly what I'm trying to highlight in a way.
Yeah, and it reminds me of this in the Serbo-Croatian War, where there was this artist who got arrested for having a flag that was just blank. You know, this idea that, you know, identity and the visual image and the political statement of that was so offensive that you got arrested. You know, I think
exactly.
I think it's super interesting. Yeah, congratulations on a very rich project.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the last comment. I think it's really nice to relate it back to other almost forms of protest, to the idea of territory or identity having value just based on location or place. And that's something very close to me. So I really wanted to bring that out with the project. So thank you.
And I think how you then relay that process, so it becomes a performance of a performance. You know, is it a live feed to the chamber that you can watch anywhere? Or is it that it's only performed in the place where it was displayed? You know, in some ways that ties into Russell's projects. That, you know, it was super interesting where he had this like really curated, careful 5-minute video thing of the process, and I'd love to have seen that, you know, edited by the communities. So it's like, what do you hide? What do you see? What is not seen? What's teased? What should be permanent? And actually, then that performance of the process becomes more permanent than the object itself. Yeah, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, again, echoing the praise of the project, I think it was really fantastically done. And what the bit I liked the most about it, the bit I felt resonated, and why, and you know, it's a very difficult topic to approach. Both you and Russell have done really well in sort of thinking about that project, and also being provocative about that, because we hold a number of different opinions on these projects, and each of us in this room, we also represent a number of different institutions, and the way in which you kind of navigate this idea of how institutions preserve or don't preserve these objects and the kind of the wider ecosystems that the objects belong to, I think is also really and how you do that provocatively. We don't have to agree, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be a question of agreeing, and I think by using architecture not as a means to broach consensus, but as a means to provoke and to really to protest certain things and to perform certain things, I think is really interesting. So thank you for that. I think the dystopian elements to your project, and I hope you're fine with me using the word dystopian, is that hiding from that. I mean, you've embraced the paradox by hiding these objects, which I think is fantastic, but you've placed on top of them this body that's consecrated by the UN, and obviously the UN aren't a partial organization, right? The UN aren't an impartial organization; they're extremely partial. The UN are an entirely problematic organization, and I think there's something also performative about the UN. There's something performative about these discussions that they may or may not be having about these objects on behalf or not on behalf of whom or whoever, and to place that kind of directly on top of these objects that aren't returned, they're not exhibited, but they're buried and completely hidden, I think is a really powerful statement to make, with especially the kind of architecture you've chosen to employ, this kind of monumentalism of sorts, which I think works really badly in 99.9% of circumstances. But I think for this very particular and very provocative project, I think it works very, very well. I think I would ask, and I've asked this before, and maybe it was like earlier this week to someone else, but like, what would you envision the dystopian or utopian or whatever future of that project in 100 years? This project sitting in the middle of Trafalgar Square, what do they look like to you?
I mean, something that I'm interested in general is the future of these mechanisms, because I feel like at the time of the origin of these disputes, these artifacts, which some date hundreds of years, we would never have thought, or no one would ever think, that you would be visiting a space of display virtually, or that you could replicate in plastic one of these things in your home, and then that plastic replica would have its own value, and how that value clashes with the idea that we cannot even put a price on the original, but somehow we put a price on the replica. So I'd be curious how the mechanisms that are on display would develop over time, rather than like the vessel that they're presented in. And I think you described it really well in saying there is a dystopian aspect to it. And in reference to the UN, the fact that in many cases, it isn't even followed up what these conventions or these conferences or discussions that take place within the UN that are broadcasted internationally, and there's so much praise given towards them for addressing an issue, but then it just disappears into the underground in a way. So that's something I hope over time there's more accountability for that disappearance. And I can't imagine how this architecture would embody that, but I hope there is a way for it to be not only provocative, but also some form of has some form of accountability to it. But yeah.
Katie, did you want to say something?
Oh, I have so many things. Really fascinating project. I think I can disclose that I grew up in Athens, so the whole Elgin marbles returning back and the Acropolis being built and us waiting them to get back is very kind of close to my heart as well. And I've always understood these not just as cultural objects, but also objects that are generating kind of financial return for the country that hosts them. So the economic incentive behind keeping them in London and having kind of local tourism in this particular city that begins to kind of, I wouldn't say exploit, but begins to engage with these different cultures in this different territory is definitely, I think, one of those kind of drivers in the project that makes these discussions more sticky, right? Because it's not just a matter of ownership, but it's also a matter of economic dominance in certain ways. And I think it's really interesting seeing your project after Russell's, because what I took out of Russell's answer to my question was an interest in revealing untold stories through the artifacts that are either hidden in the basement of a museum or in boxes, or that are not in museums. So this idea of looking at objects that we might not think are high profile, whereas you are looking at these like super intensive, like high profile pieces, questioning where they should be located and why. So I think the two projects could potentially work together, meaning, you know, you could take them out of the British Museum, you can put something in a prominent position. So I have this kind of vision of the two projects working together. So, but nevertheless, I think it's a very kind of provocative thing to do, not just to propose it, but also to create this structure that, as Akil mentioned, is about controversy, which I find to be a very powerful way to use architecture.
Thank you.
Part of the open jury is maybe to also introduce you to future collaborators or people who are in the same school of thought. So I think that's a nice connection actually between the two projects. Melissa, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's an incredibly provocative project, and where I think where one of the strengths of Russell's project is sort of reactivating these these objects. So he talks about kind of finding new uses in sort of current, like, modern world for maybe objects that existed hundreds of years ago, and I think what your role is right now is just asking these questions, is sort of changing policy, and so that's sort of your activation now, and sort of bringing those thoughts sort of right to the forefront of what people are talking about. And again, I guess with the questions around Brexit and questions around what's happening with all governments, kind of in different places, sort of what needs to be done and how can we work better together, to address these issues. And I think you're both doing that really well. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all. That was really interesting feedback, and it's really nice to revisit this, and especially seeing it paired up with Russell. So thanks for the conversation.
Thank you.
Know, David and Hilla, if you wanted to add anything before we move to the next one.
I can say just something really quickly. So for me, when we started to talk about the architecture, and I agree, it's a very critical project, it felt a little bit symbolic at times and almost border like with cinematic, where I could imagine like the torso going up, and then in this glass, because you want the process to be transparent. So it's in glass, and then they make a decision and it goes down. So there's like the elevation is actually the process. Mm-hmm. But when it became critical was when you touched the subject of site specific, and you answer that to Akila as well, but you choosing the location and also having the empty locations waiting for the artifact. So these two, the site specific thing, the objects came from site specific, and you're locating the museum in a site specific. These were really creating the critical part for me. And I think it was great tension between the two. Yeah. Enjoy your year off, I guess.
Thank you, Hilla. We're going to turn to, a gentleman from the deepest, darkest woods of Hook Park. Wyatt Armstrong will share his work from Design and Make program. Welcome, Wyatt. Full disclosure, I've seen your thesis, and it's amazing. So we're really pleased to see some work from our friends in the forest. So over to Wyatt.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, I'm Wyatt, a graduate of the Design Make degree at the AA, which is situated in Hook Park, which is a 110 hectare forest in rural Dorset. So the focus of the program is really on understanding timber construction and making processes and building at full scale. I'll share the projects. The project I'm presenting is it's a group project titled Woodland Cabin. I sort of titled my work on it Prototype Cabin for reasons that might sort of unfold throughout the description of the project. It's located on campus, so it's now sort of sitting there. It's used kind of as a informal student lounge type space in Hook Park, and it's made primarily with locally sourced materials from the surrounding woodlands and recycled windows from nearby towns. As I mentioned, it's a group project. So along with my 4 colleagues, we kind of had many ideas about what the project could be, but sort of boiled them down into a few core ideas that resulted in a series of relationships, that being relationships between machined and organic components, hand and digital processes, and thesis topics like peripheral vision, movement, communal agency, framed views, and haptics, and an interest in making processes such as round wood carpentry, robotic fabrication, and timber framing. The site that we were working with was fairly overgrown when we inherited it. It's a series of concrete foundations that were laid in the 1970s but never used. So we didn't have to do any groundwork, which was definitely beneficial to us. Some processes that were developed through previous projects at Hook Park, scanning methods and scanning analysis methods developed through the wood chip barn were brought into our workflow at a very early stage in the project. And we had a very large interest in timber to timber connections and wood joinery. So there was a lot of experimentation with wood joints going on in our studio. So we did lots of work with hand drawing, but also with physical model making. This is one of the core ideas that emerged in the development of this project, that there's these columns that rise from the foundations where they meet the ground, rise up and connect with ridges in the roof, and then branch inwards to form a sort of almost an A-frame type structure that's been pulled into a third dimension to create this sort of crown-like nest that sits in the top of the building, that both acts as a internal bracing structure, but also has implications for how the building is assembled and also how it's created through sort of second height working spaces. These are some initial renderings that were sort of exploring the atmosphere of the building, as one of our ambitions in the project was to take a lot of these really amazing processes that had been developed at Hook Park and incorporate them in a more sort of domestic, intimate scale. As this was a built project, we were working with Gantt charts to sort of track the progress of the project, but also project our work forwards for the coming year, as it was sort of completed January to December of 2019. And a wide variety of techniques and technologies were used in creating the project, even though you know it's an entirely timber building. We were using robotics, evolutionary solvers, drone photography, parametric scripting, but also lots of hand techniques. A large part of the project as well was understanding the timber from a material science perspective. We were using ash for the primary load-bearing structure of the building, partly because ash in England is in decline from the ash dieback fungus. And these are some sort of exercises that you can do to understand the complex forces on trees that inform their growth trajectories. This is a map of Hook Park and the quadrants that we were harvesting timber in. So you can sort of see where each species that we used comes from in the map. And you can see as well in quadrant 11 where our site is in relationship with where the timber was harvested from. Throughout the project, we were tracking our use of the materials in terms of volume and material waste, and the envelope of the building. So the sort of roof and the floor and the walls were constructed from a frame of Norway spruce, and a total of 5 cubic meters was needed to create all the components that went into that. And within the sub-quadrants of Hook Park that produce that timber, 164 cubic meters is produced in a year on 10 hectares of land. So the timber we used was sort of 3% of the annual growth rate of that area of the forest. So it kind of places the building itself in context of a regenerative cycle of material production. We were doing this sort of same kind of metric process with the other species involved, we were using Western red cedar for any parts that were meeting with the elements, the cladding and the windows and doors. As well, likewise with the European ash, which was actually past its prime harvesting age. It was sort of once that it's past that, it starts to decline in its volume production. And in the forest, it's largely serving aesthetic and ecological purposes, but if removed, can leave space for younger trees to grow up. So the trees that we were using for this load-bearing structure were considered sort of cull trees and a part of the forest that needs to be removed to allow new growth to occur. The cabin itself, the sort of design process that laid out all of these components, was fully parametricized by establishing a series of datums. And the reason for this was that different elements were needing to be completed by different dates. So certain pieces had to be able to be locked in place while the rest of the building could kind of fluctuate around it and still change shape and size, while maintaining these very precise datums that were locked in space. This diagram series sort of lays out the logic of how those datums were established, how scans of complex geometry from cull trees were oriented into the frame, and how all of the sort of milled timber components were generated. And on the tail end of this sort of parametric process, all of our components are laid out flat for our shop drawings, and we have a sort of stock cutting list that allows us to pass that information along to Edward, who's our on-site operator of the sawmill. And there's still a few remaining items to be modeled manually after that process. My involvement with the fabrication of it was primarily to do with the columns, which were fabricated robotically. We were using a series of different tools and methods to create these pieces. A chainsaw was used for large clearing cuts, and routers were used for the more fine detail of the joinery. So lots of calibration involved in doing that work, and sort of calibrating and recalibrating, because the pieces themselves were quite large and barely fit into the robot cell. And they had to be moved around multiple times in order to access all the joints along the form of the object. This drawing sort of digs into all of the different tool paths that needed to be run on a single column. I think there was 80 tool paths, in the ballpark of 80 tool paths generated in total, so about 20 per piece. And here you start to get the sense of how involved the wood joinery was for the timber to timber connections. And as you'll see sort of later on, the building kind of clicks together as a series of prefabricated parts. So I'm going to lay out the sort of sequence of assembly, but I think an interesting part of the project was that it may need to be moved in the future. So it's at its site where it is right now, sort of indefinitely, but if it does need to be moved, it can be disassembled into a series of about 10 parts. So to go through that, the floor was mounted on the site. Columns are dropped through the joists of the floor and locked into the floor through a series of lap joints, which are then tightened with threaded rods. The columns then lock into this sort of crown structure, which drops vertically into place using these keyed scarf joints, which are sort of folded to allow the pieces to register with one another. And then the roof panels, which are sort of a roof and wall combo that are sort of at a kink angle, were prefabricated in Hook Park's big shed and brought onto site. All of these components were within the lifting range of on-site equipment, so there was no need for scaffolding or rental of cranes or anything to assemble the building. And as you can see, the panels sort of drop vertically down into these bird's mouth joints that sit at the top of the columns, and then they rest onto the crown structure. So to disassemble the building, apart from a few screws on the inside that need to be removed first, the skylight lifts off vertically. The panels all lift out of their joints vertically as well. And then the wedges that lock the crown structure into place can be removed and it can be pulled out vertically. There's a series of panels in the floor that come out to allow the columns to lift out vertically, and then the floor gets moved out as one piece. So I'll sort of end with a few photos from our construction process, as well as the sort of finished structure itself. So I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Wyatt. We're all mentally pivoting. I should have said now for something completely different.
Wyatt, could you thank you very much for a presentation, really kind of clear, and I love the way you go through the whole process, and then also including the disassembly as well. It's fantastic to see how you've also built on, the other work that's been done at Hook Park. I guess I had a question about, the conceptual nature of your project, because you can't escape the kind of imagery of the primitive hut and, the origin story of our profession, of the trees, and then, the trees being covered, and then the walls being put on. And I love the way you're kind of playing with that, with a whole range of vernaculars, both on the outside and the inside, and the engagement with technology. Yet it's still very kind of haptic, tactical, very tactile. It's a bit of a mean question to start, but yeah, sorry.
I don't know if I can answer that very precisely, but I think I think in a sense we were really interested in the opportunities we were seeing in the material processes and the making processes for a result, a built result that was very sensorial, sort of very visually engaging, very tactile. And so one of our main focuses were just sort of the sensory qualities of the space when it was finished. I think its primitiveness, it sort of gains from the raw processing of materials that we were engaging with.
I love the way you've reconnected the branches, so it seems sort of real, but actually it's completely artificial nature. And yeah.
I think in a sense, we were sort of imagining it as almost like a growth process, that it sort of grows up from the ground and branches into the building. So that being something that we could control by rearranging the sort of different components that we were pulling from trees.
And how did you decide how enclosed to make it? Because it's very explicitly kind of on a pedestal, and that you expose those four trunks as, this is the structure. Here's the columns, the trunk, and that sense of, the origin story of architecture is very explicit, I feel.
I'm not sure how intentional we were with that, but I think it was just sort of a result of the process, to be honest.
It's deeply embedded in your subconscious.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Wyatt, there's a question from someone, Meredith asks in the chat. Were there any material difficulties encountered when cutting the joinery in the round timber structure? Is this an issue with the design due to the uniqueness of the timber forms, or was there enough flexibility in the design to allow for substitutions or modifications as you worked on the fly?
I think that's a really good question. In the joints themselves, we were building in tolerances, so allowances for the materials to sort of be able to move within the joints themselves to a degree. So they're not, when the joints land together, they're not like super tightly fitting, but they end up often swelling to become quite tight, or some of them don't need to be perfectly tight. They just need to bear because the sort of load of gravity is holding them in place. I think it would be a very interesting question to ask my colleague Ciro, because he was responsible for fabricating the crown structure, which was lifted on as one component. And he did that through fully through hand processes. So all of those joints were hand cut through a series of very intricate custom jigs that he had made.
I think it's a really beautiful structure, for one. I think, as we were all spending a lot of time inside, it seems like a place that I would love to be, just with especially bringing the outside in. I think it's a really, really nice quality. And, but I was curious as to, so you showed the process very clearly. Is there anything that you would have done differently, sort of knowing sort of the outcome now versus sort of where you sort of intended to go from the beginning? Like, what did you learn along the way, I guess? What are those like the key processes? Or did it all go I guess is my question.
No, I think there were lots of ideas that we spent quite a bit of time on that didn't end up in the project itself. I think there probably was a much more direct route to the results. However, I think it only resulted in the way it did through, a sort of wide array of exploration and experimentation that was then sort of called out to the processes that were eventually involved. So. I think I could probably go back and say I would do the whole program differently, maybe, but I think I think for the result that we had, there's only the way that we sort of worked that would end in that result. There wasn't, possibly we could have let go of some ideas earlier on, but I'm not really sure.
I really like the decision to leave the fifth elevation open with a skylight on the top. I thought that was spatially a very interesting way to construct the hut and to go from a wide base to kind of a different proportion on the top. And I would love to be inside to see how it feels, building on top of Melissa's point. Like, what are the spatial qualities of the project? It was quite fascinating to see how you took the columns and how the persistence in CNCing these irregular objects. And I was curious, did you have to 3D scan them first before you were able to kind of CNC in such an irregular territory?
Yes. So we had 3D scanned all of the sort of complex components that went into the cabin. That being said, the joint volumes on them were sort of located globally within the design because they were meeting with sort of a predictable milled timber structure. And what was interesting was that we had 3D scanned them probably a month to a month and a half before actually working with them. And in that time, they've been sitting out in the yard in the sun, and they've moved. So when you send the robot to a point on the surface, it's several centimeters out, and you start to worry that it's not going to be in the right place. But the reality is that those pieces were so thick and large that the joint volumes themselves were going to be Booleaned out of them, regardless. So whether or not they were in the exact same spot as they were in the model, they're all precise relative to each other because sort of the geometry is doing this, but the robot knows where all these joints are in space.
Fascinating.
Have you guys written anything in reflection on the process in particular? The whole time you were given the presentation, I mean, other than being like completely jaw dropped, I was really thinking like, how would that change if it was somewhere else? How would it change if you were in a different kind of forest or if you're in a different kind of situation? Is this the kind of method that travels, or is it like the one-time manifestation of you guys? And then I was thinking about the process, not just the kind of the mechanisms of it, but also like the internal processes that you guys had in the construction of it, the conversations you guys were having, the kind of the being out on site. Like, how do you, like, the decision to leave certain elements in the woods for a really long period of time, or not to transport certain things here and there. Like, I think all of that would make for a really interesting reflection that I think ultimately also culminates in this like really weird dichotomy between what's found and natural, between as to what's been manufactured and specified. And like, you have this, your project has this really fascinating dialogue between the found and the manufactured that for me felt like it could be exported elsewhere. But I was just wondering, I guess it's like a 2-point question. The first is like, do you, and it might have been touched on before, but like, how do you think this would change, or do you think this could be something replicable in process at least? And have you kind of written in depth about and your reflection of this process, which is a really fascinating one to me, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. We haven't written the kind of reflection on it that you're mentioning, but I think it is a necessary one to do. I do think that it is a replicable. It's a repeatable process. Sorry, it's a repeatable process, but I think it's different where it depending on where it lands. So there are, forests where this sort of kind of timber is in surplus because it isn't being used. But in other forests, there are other types of timber that are not being used. So I think the interesting part of the process was that we were continuing sort of this legacy at Hook Park of looking at timber byproducts from the forestry industry, parts that were sort of very low value. So that's kind of a way of thinking that can be applied to many different environments. But I think the result of applying that way of thinking becomes very different depending on where you are.
Thank you.
Last comment for Wyatt. It's nice to see Zach joining us, and Simon Withers, who we're working with Wyatt throughout. And we wish you well, Wyatt. I think
David, do you want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a beautiful structure. I particularly like the crown structure. It's like something that I recognize from fairy tales revisited, but in a fresh way. And if you mentioned to me that you were going to have an intersection between timber and robotics, it's not the sort of outcome that I would have expected at all. So congratulations on that. I just wondered if the use of the ash, the declining diseased ash, if that was opportunistic or philosophical.
I would say it was opportunistic. The trees, they'll sort of just begin to decline and degrade from the fungal infections. The ones that were at Hook Park hadn't really been infected yet, so it was kind of a use it while you can type opportunity as well. Ash met a number of criteria that we were looking for in these standing bifurcated trees. What sort of a number of them being wide branching angles. They are less prone to bark inclusion than other trees, which is sort of where the bark grows inwards at a bifurcation and creates a fault line in the timber, which can cause breakage. So the forks on ash trees are very, very strong. So I think it was largely opportunistic rather than philosophical, I'd say.
This is slightly a more general question, but it's kind of building on what Keel said. Is there sort of a learning process that's passed down to different years, and then obviously graduating classes at Hook Park, so you can all build on each other's sort of learnings as you go? Is there some kind of a...
Yeah, I think it's a really amazing part about the teaching method of the school, because the buildings around you are sort of a learning resource. There's 2 Fry Auto buildings, which are incredible structures to have a foundation from, but then all of the different buildings that have been done by the Design Make students over the years all have incredible different structural methods and uses for timber that kind of begin to build a library of methods that are studied when you kind of land at the school, but at the same time, they're open to being learned.
Fantastic. It sounds like a wonderful opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Highly recommended.
I see Yoav is here. Thank you, Wyatt. And we have our last presentation of the day. Yoav Caspi is here, and he will be presenting Wayring, Birmingham's plan for the walk from Diploma 19, which is led by David Cohn and Bushra Mohammed, both in the audience today. So hello, David and Bushra. Over to you, Yoav. I understand you're having some technical difficulties.
No, I think it should be all right. I'm just going to share a link, if that's all right, with everyone, and it's in the chat.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Good
you.
to see everyone. Yeah. Hello, I'm Yoav. The project I'll present is Wayring, Birmingham's plan for walk. Wayring connects between derelict buildings and existing walking paths, allowing Birmingham to reflect. During the 18th century, Birmingham laid the foundation of the industrial and modern world, and later showed Britain the way with a prosperous centre of public buildings. But after World War II, Birmingham's industrial growth brought suppressive government policies, restricting population and employment, policies that still have an impact today. The Ringway, a 1960s infrastructure around the city centre, manifested Birmingham's suppression, disconnecting walking paths and demolishing extensively. Walking paths were restricted to threatening tunnels, where murals tragically displayed the demolished cityscape. Disconnected walks remain present in the city today, as Birmingham's 2010 city plan outlines separated areas for walking, despite organizations such as Walking Cities advocating for cleaner air and the health benefits of integrated walking. Now is the time to recognize the potency of meaningful walks within cities. Maureen from Birmingham says,
I think Walking Cities were involved with patching up this pavement. It helps me get to the shop, but something else is missing.
Demolition has also been a long-standing policy. Alice, a university student, argues,
Birmingham is always under construction, and the public space tries to paint a different image of what Birmingham really is, and I don't think that's necessary.
In the 1960s, Birmingham's chief city planner stated, "There is little of real worth in our architecture. Buildings should be constructed to last 15 to 20 years and then should be pulled down." This was the Ringway inauguration ceremony.
The Minister of Transport inaugurated the start on the 8th of March 1957. It was felt something more spectacular was required than just cutting the first sod, so it was decided that the Minister should explode a charge. And and demolish a length of wall.
Much like disconnected walking, extensive demolition remains present in the city, as 52 derelict buildings face demolition, 48 of which are red brick buildings. Wayring connects between and through these derelict buildings and joins existing walking paths. Birmingham's plan for walk consists of identifying a path, surveying the building and the path, preserving derelict building through a selective demolition process of brick removal, and reconstructing markers throughout the city with the removed bricks. It is a recurring strategy. Wayring is an inversion of the ringway. Instead of a fast loop for cars, it is a slow network for walking. In comparison to previous urban strategies that imposed a new image, it is an infrastructure that connects the city, allowing Birmingham to see itself anew. This is a walk between two derelict buildings, the Co-op factory at the bottom left and Curzon Street at the top right. They are connected by markers. Alice begins this walk on Cardigan Street next to Birmingham City University. She crosses the street to catch a bus. The bus stop frames a familiar derelict building. Alice decides to catch the next bus and walks towards the Co-op factory. The factory is an industrial Grade 1 listed Victorian building, made of the proudest and reddest of red bricks. Despite this grading, the approved scheme for the factory proposes the reconstruction of a copy, demolishing most of the factory save the south facade. The tower, for instance, will be demolished due to exceeding self-weight. Brick removal, a selective demolition process, can reduce significant weight to preserve the tower.
Bricks without damaging them so that you can use them again afterwards. The procedure is very simple. You simply come in with a chisel, chisel out the remaining mortar, and then that frees the brick and you can remove it.
And here, do you use the drill or the chisel?
So once I've got to this stage, I then come in again and drill through at an angle of about 30 degrees relative to the face of the brick. It's in pretty good condition, so that can now be cleaned up with a grinder and then reused.
The factory's thick walls maintain structural integrity while allowing brick removal and light to come in. Light highlights time, allowing Birmingham to reflect on its constant and rapid change. As the tower is supported by buttressing walls, wind analysis demonstrates that weight can be reduced above the walls, at the top. Structural analysis identifies the best locations for bricks to be removed, to a total of approximately 5,000 bricks, 8% of the tower's weight. Stepping outside, Alice notices her favorite cinema. She walks quickly to get a closer look. Brick removal is applied to other elements in the factory. The perforated east wall reveals a walk and a structure at a short distance. Selective demolition preserves the derelict buildings, allowing Birmingham to reflect through them. While walking Digbeth Canal, Luke and Jessica follow a gravel path. Some paths are marked by red terracotta gravel and occasional red markers. The damaged bricks from the brick removal process are used to lay the terracotta gravel, marking the path. Bricks removed from the derelict buildings are used to mend the ground or build markers throughout the city. Additional bricks can be outsourced from reclamation yards within a radius of 30-minute drive. The structure in front is a reproduction of the Co-op factory. The tower up the top highlights the tower of the factory appearing at the background. As they continue to walk, Luke and Jessica pass through a colonnade gradually transitioning from a round arch to segmental and flat arch. The transition echoes Birmingham's vernacular architecture. Wayring addresses demolition and restricted walking by preserving derelict buildings through brick removal and reusing those bricks throughout the city as markers. A bench, a bus stop,
Not really.
fixing a wall,
No, I don't think so. Possibly
a shelter, a pavement, a field pothole. Birmingham's story is layered and complex. Wayring is a project that is aware of the social disconnection triggered by urban regeneration. It chooses to provide a path through and beyond that polarization by connecting the city. These connections give Birmingham walks, allowing the city to reflect on its materiality, its history, its ugliness and beauty, and its disconnection. Wayring is an infrastructure that offers a space of thought and contemplation in everyday life, as well as an opportunity to see the city, Birmingham, anew.
Okay, I think all the jurors have completed the video. Thank you, Yoav. I turn it over to the jury. You covered a lot of ground, literally and figuratively, Yoav, so I know there's lots to discuss.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Yoav. Yeah, I like your project a lot. I guess I'm interested how you see it adapting and how much you see it sort of being in the push and pull of the continual development and redevelopment that Birmingham seems to go under. I mean, you're creating, is it this sort of core infrastructure that then could shift? Or do you imagine it as, itself becoming a historical marker and then it doesn't necessarily extend, or if it is extended, it's separate to this fixed historical beginning point that you're marking now in 2020? So I guess it's talking about the history and its relationship to its future, because what it's supposed to be as a sort of archival object of the city now, or whether you see it as a more fluid thing that could completely transform.
So I think the project is very much trying to work with the existing historical artifacts within Birmingham and acknowledge them as one, because I think Birmingham hasn't really had they haven't really recognized these as really worthy historical special moments. But I guess the kind of moments between those historical moments, so these buildings, would be more fluid. So I guess it's kind of trying, to find a middle ground between celebrating those more permanent historical moments with something a bit more fluid in terms of moments of the everyday, such as a bus stop or a bench or fixing moments within the city.
Because I think that's what's really interesting, the way you fix the everyday through using bits of its physical history, but then you're also experiencing bits of its physical history on that journey. Sort of, you're deliberately decimating that original physical history to fix it. And that's a really interesting sort of fluid process. And I guess my last question is just how you decided how to route it and where to route it. Because obviously the original sort of ringway was deeply symbolic of this sort of center and the power of the car and the efficiency of that. And you're creating a deliberate inefficiency in some ways. I think you described it as a slow walk or you had a very nice
slow network. Yeah.
Slow network. Yeah, I love that term. So how you sort of chose the waypoints and whether it has sort of many subroutes, which are sort of for particular purposes in Birmingham, or is it just a sort of historical connection between various waypoints, waymarkers?
So I think that's something that I would have liked to expand more on, and I haven't got the chance, but to describe it more as a much more fluid network. I think the entry point for me was reading about the ringway and finding out how really the urban regeneration of Birmingham throughout the years is a really interesting reflection of the city and the culture and the spirit of the city. And trying to respond to that with a different kind of infrastructure that is more, connective and more slow and appreciative and sensitive. Yeah.
So I think that's the power of the project. It's not some sort of glamorous new highline, literally some copy of a highline, and it's a very subtle project that you just sort of come across haphazardly and have these kind of odd teasers of like, wait a minute, that's that brick I saw back there as a bus stop, and here it's patched up. And so you get taken on this sort of ambiguous route. And I think that the subtlety of that architecture is very powerful. Not that I'm an urbanist or an urban designer at all, but it makes me want to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
I also think it's interesting because when you think about revitalization projects, a lot of them in, sort of everywhere, it's a sort of a brick project. It's, put your name on a brick and have it on a walkway. You see them kind of everywhere. So something sort of really ubiquitous about it, and which I kind of love. But I also wonder whether there's an opportunity for community engagement here. Is there a website where people can say, I need a brick, I need 3 bricks, I need 5 bricks. And like people kind of say like how many bricks they need for their neighborhood. And then it really kind of brings everyone together in terms of, sort of community spirit of kind of like, they feel like they're actually building their city, like the community is actually building their city. So I wonder whether there is an opportunity kind of for that element, which like I didn't necessarily see in your project, as presented, but, have you had any further thoughts kind of on that element possibly?
So I think Living Streets is a charity that I'm a big fan of, that's working generally in England, but also specifically in Birmingham, and really trying to kind of identify these locations to enable walking in the city, and they really engage with the residents and the citizens of the city. So I think more interaction with them would. I mean, that's something that I'm working on and potentially in the future. But I think, that definitely this community engagement is a key. Yeah.
Hi, Yoav. Great project. Will all of the bricks be when you assemble the bricks elsewhere? Like on the shelter or the bus shelter, is plaquing, is naming of the original location of the bricks part of the program.
Sorry, are you asking if the bricks are staying in the same location? What was the question?
No. I know that they're going to move. I just wonder if you create an erection of reclaimed bricks on the canal side. Do the people who pass by and engage with construction know where those bricks came from? Is that part of the idea?
I think the ambition is to simply by the color, yes, and also by the way they're positioned in a picturesque sort of opportunity to observe, for example, a derelict building through a red brick arch. I think I was also trying to sort of echo those derelict buildings through the vernacular architecture. But I think, for me, it wasn't really important to say this specific brick came from this specific building. It was more about saying these bricks are what makes Birmingham special, and we should celebrate those red bricks.
Hi, Shabbat Shalom. I want to ask you if you're familiar with the term spolia from ancient Rome. Yeah. So I thought. So I think spolia was used in like two options, right? It was either for triumph. You want it, like ancient Rome conquered somewhere, it brought the stone to show that now they possess the buildings. They literally took the buildings with them. Or just the purpose of reuse because it was a construction of a monument and they needed more material and they didn't have any raw material. So the stone became the raw material. And I was thinking maybe you could define what kind of spolia you're doing, because Mark referred to it as being like humble. And I just thought maybe you had an idea of the topic of the kind of spolia that you're doing, the motivation.
Yeah, hard question. Is it whether I'm doing preservation or restoration, or kind of more in a conceptual kind of sense? Sorry.
Well, of course, conceptual.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'll try to kind of elegantly escape from the question by saying that we did visit Rome as part of Diploma 19 earlier in the year. And I think especially the visit to Ostia Antica, the ruins next to Rome was very special for me in, kind of observing that spolia and going back to Rome afterwards and going back to then again to Birmingham. There was something about these kind of comparison or those trips that was for me very, very inspiring and very, very unique. I guess what I saw in the spolia in Rome in a way was a reuse that was very glorious at some points, and then going back to Birmingham, it felt that the destruction was very much kind of embedded in the nature of the development of the city. So that's why it was important for me to show that video of the inauguration ceremony of the Ringway. And how it was really a celebration about the destruction of this retained wall. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if does this kind of answers the question a bit, or?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm happy to hear that you kind of physically and mentally and like student-wise did the trip. You know, you studied physically the place. You saw the original spolia, and then you brought it back to a contemporary doing as a young architect. So yeah, I guess it does. And I wanted to tell you that I calculated. You said you needed 5,000 bricks, and it takes 1.5 minutes to take out each brick by your video. So I calculated it's 125 hours. It's really reasonable. Just ask other students to help you with this, and you got this in like 4 days.
I mean, bear in mind that was a very skilled bricklayer that done the job. But I think, I mean, yeah, definitely feasibility is something that I tried to kind of pursue in the project, and I appreciate you kind of it's noticed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, what I find really interesting about this project, and it's interesting that you asked about spolia, Hila, because I was thinking that you're at the same time creating these ruins by dematerializing these objects and then letting the light come in it. And I really like that rendering that you had with the shimmering light. And you're creating the everyday. And I thought that contrast and the project managed to do both at the same time was quite fascinating from an urban perspective as to how one can think about these old structures that are no longer industrially used. And, you know, building upon Mark's point, I thought it was really great that you didn't create a continuous promenade with the brick that you got, but there are like these pieces right and left, and they're so discreet that maybe someone recognizes them, maybe someone doesn't, but that's beside the point. So I'm kind of a proponent that relationships and connections in cities can happen, and they don't have to be physical. They could be actually fragmented. And I thought your project did that in a very, very beautiful and poetic way. So well done. Very nice scene.
Thank you.
I was just I'm here with my colleague Seth, and he was just saying that you should show this to HS2. Like, this is how infrastructure should really be done. So I mean, I really, what I really loved about your project, on top of all of the rest of the comments as well, is that you positioned your architectural practice in a way that's infrastructural, and in a way that positions infrastructure as something that's inherently dissipative. So you're looking at these old buildings as, once they've become like bereft of like functional resource, of labor, of whatever, they become material resources. You're able to use your kind of your eye for spatial politics within the city, and see these as these kind of material resources, and then to dissipate those resources. So they're the resources that belong to the commons, they belong to the city, and they belong so not in just in our kind of shared intangible heritage, but it's really a statement to say that these buildings, the actual buildings, the bricks of these buildings, belong to the city, and they're part of this wider infrastructure that's able to kind of revitalize parts of the city, do things as mundane as filling in the cracks in the sidewalk, which is my favorite bit, by the way, to like kind of showing our roots around. And I think to be able to do that in a very beautiful way is certainly one thing, and also to do that in a really coherent way, I think is another. And so I mean, I think it's just a really, really fantastic project. And you should be really proud of yourself. My question would be that I think in having been able to execute such a amazing, complex, but also a really beautiful project, and explore Birmingham in such a really foundational way. Have you seen Birmingham in a new light now? Is there something, is like having applied yourself to Birmingham in this way, a city which doesn't get a lot of love, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't get a lot of love, especially from us Londoners. We're not really out here loving Birmingham like that. But like it made me want to go back to Birmingham, actually. So I just wonder if there's also something that you saw in Birmingham. Is there something that a revelation that you had, or something in particular that struck you after having finished this project?
Yeah. Oh, wow. So it's funny. I remember sort of going to Birmingham first time, and then we had a chat in the unit, kind of saying our first thoughts about Birmingham, and obviously it was it was kind of a bit different, mixed views. I think, I mean, I spent quite a few days there, and I think the East Side is a wonderful area where lots of kind of cool arts and crafts things happening, and there's lovely places to go out even. I spent there 2 nights. I think, I mean, besides kind of the brick buildings, and that goes again to what Melissa said about the kind of more community involvement, there is really a great kind of pride of people inside Birmingham, pride of the accent, about the history, and it really should be kind of more celebrated within and without. Yeah.
That's probably a nice note to end, especially because we've been sharing Akil and Seth with David and Bushra as they had their jury in parallel, and then we managed to all come together to watch Yoav present in a kind of DIP 19 open jury overlap. So yeah, it's been such a wonderful afternoon. And a big thank you to all our presenters and all our jurors. I can try and do a mass unmute so that we can actually do a round of applause. 1 second.
Right.
Amazing.
Yeah, thanks very much to all the presenters, and to Shuman, Melissa, Beth, Akil, Paige, Victoria, and David and Hilla. It was really wonderful to have you all on board for the afternoon. And thanks to the audience, and to the 60 or so that have stayed with us to the bitter end. I'd like to offer cocktails on the front members room. The Joseph our Biden martini for everyone tonight, and to wish everyone a beautiful weekend. Democracy. See you later.
Thank you.